Good afternoon and welcome along to a frantic Friday of darting delights here at the Modus Super Series. We're with you for 13 hours worth of live action today. Two groups coming to its conclusion. We kick off this afternoon with Group C, where Steph Clarke and Paige Paulin are both at the top of the pile. But last night we saw the beginning of Group B. We saw some big names in action. And talking about big names, well, Matthew Baker was the best that we could get today. But we saw one of our commentary colleagues, Laura Turner, top the group and in spells played some really good stuff.
Really good and clinical at the back end of legs as well. The combination finishing for Laura Turner, playing in the big moments, it was really, really good. And that's why she's top of the table. It came down to those key bits because everyone was so evenly matched across the evening. And couple of really good combos, the 76, the 96, really did separate her from the pack.
And I suppose about the other things as well, and Laura's spoken about this herself in the past, has been her composure, but she showed it in spades, and it shows in the league table as well. Herself and Robin Burr, both at the top of the table, 6 points to their name. Kirsty Vinnicott and Lorraine Winstanley with a couple of wins apiece. I suppose the big surprise from an outside looking in would be Lisa Ashton without a win, but she's posted on social media since that she's been struggling with illness, and it really did come to the fore yesterday, unfortunately.
She struggled. She struggled all night. She was the 8-13 favourite last night going into that. I think most of us thought that that was good value still looking at the group, but she just couldn't get anything going. The release was off. The darts was flying high and left. She really did struggle throughout the night. Hopefully she can turn it around a little bit tonight and produce something. But when you look at that league table, there's 2 players on 4 points already. They've got a head-to-head clash. So she's guaranteed to be 6 points away from qualifying. She's got to win every single game and still hope results go away.
What did you make of Robin Byrne yesterday evening?
I said last night I haven't seen a lot of Robin Byrne. And I've seen glimpses of her, certainly when I've been covering the women's series, but I've certainly not seen as much darts or had as good a sample as we saw last night, and I was mightily impressed with what we saw. Very good, solid action, plays with a bit of emotion, plays the game at a good pace, very enjoyable and easy to watch. So I'm looking forward to seeing how she gets on, and I'm kind of hoping she gets through to Saturday because there's a few games I'd like to see her play, and maybe some of them are going to come from this Group C.
Well, that's part 2 of our Super Series double bill. That's live from 10 o'clock this evening on Pluto TV. But coming up now is the conclusion of Group C, and this is what we watched on Thursday. The opening leg of this contest. That was a happy accident, double 16. Perfectly done. Perfectly recovered by Paige Paulin.
Needed one treble, which she's found. Size-wise is the easy bit, and that's the tricky bit because that's the one that's got the most attachment to it.
Tops. Oh, perfect from Paige Paulin. 35. Steph Clarke cannot take out 88 from here. Double 14. What a recovery. An errant first dart.
6 was needed here. 44 the last 3 visits. Vicky presented Trina with an opportunity here, which she says thank you very much on. She's wondering where it's come from, but she's back in the match.
Well, that's what happened yesterday, and this is how the table looks as a result. Steph Clarke and Paige Paulin both on 8 points. Steph did have the opportunity to complete the card on day 1, but was unable to do so, whilst Paige Paulin has the other way round, a really good end to the day. Vicky Pruim on 6 points, and she shouldn't be discounted one bit, whilst big days are ahead for Sophie McKinlay and Katie Sheldon. Matt's still alongside me here in the show. Let's talk about the 2 top players then, and begin with Steph Clarke. She's at the summit. She had the opportunity to complete the card yesterday, was unable to do so. But what was your assessment on the way that she played overall?
I think you can sum up in one word, really. That's improved. And that is not just in regards to from a Group A to a Group C campaign. That's day on day. Didn't win a game on the first day, could have won all the games yesterday, and that's just been that steady improvement she's made as she's got used to the stage, got used to the environment, and she's got used to the demands here at the Super Series, and maybe now comes into today feeling like she belongs, and with that may come in with a little bit of confidence, which she's alluded to herself at times she just doesn't have within a game, and maybe when something positive happens and something good happens, that she'll have something on the CV that she can really buy into and believe, and that might be getting through to a Saturday night here at the Super Series.
In terms of Paige Pauling, it felt like it took a couple of games to really get confident on the stage. But once she felt comfortable, there looked like there was some real levels that she was getting to.
Yes, but I think there's so much more still with Paige Pauling. Yes, I think she stepped it up towards the back end of the day, but I think there's still so much more to come from Paige, and I think we're going to see it today. I really do. I think she's going to be a little bit more comfortable today. We've seen in the action that she's very fluent and she plays with a bit of freedom, but with that as well, she needs to have the belief and the confidence and the trust to just be allowed to just run free. And I think today we're going to see that. And when we do, I think she's going to statistically be the best player. I think she could run the card. And I think she's going to go through to Saturday night.
Well, you said 4-1 yesterday on Paige Pauling was a real fancy bet. She's now the favourite to go on and win the group. 15-8 with the odds compilers. Steph Clarke, 2-1. But I just want to have a quick word on Vicky Pruim, because if you look at the numbers for yesterday, best daily average, best doubles percentage. Yes, Paige and Steph got the points on the board, but we know with these two-day groups, things can change very quickly. If Vicky plays towards those levels again today, you'd say that she'll be in and around the mix.
She's going to get chances and she's going to get opportunities. That's what the numbers suggest. And she will. She's playing far too well to not get those chances. She's got to start taking them, though, because if you're looking at the checkout percentage being strong, which it was, and you're looking at the overall average being okay and the front nine being good, then there's a flaw somewhere if you're not getting the results. And that tends to be for Vicky when she gets down to a sort of 201, that sort of area, where traditionally people would take 3, maybe 6 starts. She's more like 9. And that's the bit she's just got to tighten up on. When she's got to then start moving around the board a little bit, she's all right when she's playing in a concentrated area, but she's just not quite got that board mastery at the moment to move around. Maybe we see that today. If she can tighten that up, then she will certainly rival those top 2.
Matt, thank you for now. See you in the commentary box in a couple of moments' time. And it is high time we get the action underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Steph Clarke first up to the hockey, looking to move on to 10 points in this Group C, and it will help her in her cause to get through to Saturday night's final, which will be played in front of a crowd. Tickets are available every single Saturday night in 2025 to the Modus Super Series here in Portsmouth. If you want to be here and sample this unique experience, take a look at this. Worth every single penny. The Modus Super Series every single Saturday night. And it is a Saturday sporting occasion which doesn't cost you an arm and a leg either. I've seen some posts about ticket prices for FA Cup weekend, but it's just a fiver to be here on a Saturday night at the Super Series, and you could see some stars of the future in action. You could see some legends of the game, and that's following the theme here of Women's Week as well, as we kick off with Steph Clarke, who's had a breakthrough 12 months in 2024. The 34-year-old from Shrewsbury is looking for even more in 2025. Semi-finalist of the Tour Championship, twice a winner on the ADC circuit in 2024. And she is on the periphery of a spot at the Women's World Match Play in July. Paul Hinks is your referee for all the action. A man who has officiated no less than 4 World Championship finals in his illustrious career, calls Katie Sheldon to the hockey to throw the first darts of Friday afternoon. And every single dart across this afternoon and tonight will be illustrated by Matthew Edgar. Hi, Matt.
78.
Hello, Henry. Hello, everyone tuning in to join us for the conclusion of the group stage here at the Super Series Women's Week 2. And what a way to kickstart the action here for Katie Sheldon. Straight into the action with a maximum.
60.
Katie won this game yesterday by 3 legs to 1. It ended
82.
Steph Clarke's unbeaten one. She'd won 4 out of 4 up until that point. Still top of the table because of her superior legs difference
100.
over Paige Porter. Really did her damage towards the middle part of the session with a big win over Vicky
59.
Pruim by 3 legs to 0. Beat Paige Porter as well by that particular scoreline. So
93.
doing the damage
Katie
against the
Carr,
players in and
120.
around her. But it is Sheldon here who's got first poke to take out the first leg. But she's not going to find
60.
the 120. And so
70.
the Swan
170.
is left on the fish.
60. Katie Lucar, 60.
Well, we pose the question if on day 2 will players be a lot more settled. Oh, that was a bit unsettling, a bit unnervy. Far too close to the treble 20 for comfort there for Katie Sheldon.
40.
Unable
Steph
to
Lucar, 110.
recompose on that occasion.
Treble 18 leaves the double for Ton Topper to start. A
Inch on
super
the first
start
leg, Steph
from
Clarke.
Steph Clarke. A 110 finish to get her day underway.
Something like Steph to throw
She gets
first.
the break of
Game
throw
on.
after Katie Sheldon missed a couple to hold. Steph Clarke kicking off as she means to go on.
60.
That'll hurt as well for Katie Sheldon, who started off so well. She had a maximum in that leg. If you have a maximum on your throw, you
40.
normally expect to get the job done. And not only is it in regards to this game, but because we've had a days of play already, that the importance on this game really
55.
does heighten for Katie Sheldon, who only picked up 4 points yesterday. Currently 4 points away from Steph Clarke. If
36.
Clarke is to get the victory here, there'll be a 6-point gap between the two, and then Katie Sheldon's got to sit in the back and watch other players come up and extend above her. It puts her
42.
in a very, very dangerous position.
Well, suddenly you feel like the walls are caving in on you just when you felt like you're in
100.
a position of authority in the group. But of course, if Steph won this fixture yesterday, she would have had the chance to have gone 4 points clear.
60.
But if the opposite happens, then she'll find herself perhaps not even looking over her shoulder. She may find herself behind by the end of this
41.
round of fixtures. Paige Portland takes on Sophie McKinlay, and Vicky Pruim takes on Trina Gulliver in this first round of fixtures. And it does feel like we've got
60.
a table of 2 halves where realistically it's a 3-horse race. And if one of Katie Sheldon and Sophie McKinlay are going to upset that particular apple cart, they're going to have
60.
to get off to a very quick start.
Yeah, fully agree that this game essentially means more to one player than the other, and Steph Clarke's got a little bit of comfort here. She
140.
could afford to lose this and still be in the running, where for Katie Sheldon this is vital. And
41.
what probably
Steph
the
Lucar,
unfortunate thing
84.
right now for Katie Sheldon and her friends and family is that Steph Clarke right now is producing some of the best starts she has all week.
44.
Well, we say it so often, don't we, Matt? It's all about peaking at the right time. And Neil Duff's a great example of this
44.
at the
Serve your car,
Super Series,
40.
where Group A is just a feeder to see where you are, but it's about the Thursday and Friday
shot on the
groups.
second leg,
That's
Steph
ultimately
Clarke.
what matters at the end of the day. They're the elimination groups, and Steph Clarke, just like she did on Thursday,
Further
is
Katie to
getting off
serve
to a
first.
quick
Game
start.
on.
2-0 to the good against Katie Sheldon. The break was accrued in leg 1 with a 110, and she's backed it up, and now 2-0 up.
45.
You don't have to win every moment. You've just got to win more than your opponent. At those key moments right now, it's all gone the way of Steph Clarke. 2 from 2 on the
82.
outer ring, including a 110 finish to break.
There seems to be an element of calm and control about Steph.
140.
And I just wonder whether that's the more stage time, the more reps she's had there, feeling more confident, more at home on the stage. Okay, she won
40.
4 out of 5 yesterday, but there was still some element of nerves there. But it feels like a much more calmness about her today, as if, okay, this is just another
134.
day at the office.
$60.
It didn't start well for Steph, did it? Monday, losing all 5 games. We keep going back to it, but I think it
41.
paints such a good picture of progression throughout the week for Steph Clarke, as we've slowly got to see more and more the player that we know she is, the player
99.
that's represented
Katie
her country at this sport.
41.
And with success.
54. $60. Katie car 87.
Well, this to get a leg on the board. So 9 scored, 78 left. Double 18 would have left Sheldon double 12. And so
47.
Clarke
Seven
to
car 160.
win this contest. Looking at 160. She's already taken out the 110 in this match, but she's not going to find a second ton topper. And so Sheldon, 3 darts in
54.
hand, a double
Katie
top to
car 40.
get her first leg on the board. Double 10.
Game shot on the
In it
third leg,
goes.
Katie Sheldon.
Now, we saw Katie a lot of the time yesterday do everything
Four
in
legs
her
left
power
serve
to
first. Game on.
leave herself on double 16. It was a bit of a mix and match case as to hits and misses.
60.
No problem there on the double 10. A 5th dart and a double in this contest, and she's eventually on the board.
59.
For Steph Clarke in this situation, she may even just be thinking, keep the darts straight. Because then you're forcing your opponent to hit trebles, and every time you find one yourself, and on this
140.
occasion finds 2, they become damaging blows. Start providing opportunities when you start
94.
losing that line and going left and right, and the damage has been done now. She's just got to serve it out and keep it straight.
Sometimes as a player, is the best bit of advice the simplest bit of advice?
Oh,
100.
absolutely. And one thing that's happening here for Steph Clarke that's very impressive is the grouping of the darts.
41.
Shows consistency in the release and consistency in the pace of the throw.
45.
Well, we saw Trina Gulliver take out the 156 on Wednesday.
100. Serve your car 156.
Clarke has got time from here to take it out. She's going to need the 6 darts that she's been allowed to do so.
81.
Should be disappointed with the last.
That's where you just got to keep it straight. Like we said, keep it simple. Keep that straight. You're coming back to single to double now.
55.
It's that treble
Serve your
to
car
double shot.
75.
18 will give her a darts at the tops for the match.
35.
First missed dart
Katie
at a
car
double there for Steph
152.
Clarke. We'll be hoping for a return.
And for a moment, her
100.
heart would have been in her
Serve your car
mouth. But she's got an
40.
opportunity here to see the game through and to move on to 10 points.
Game
Tops
shot on
is
the match,
sank
Steph
and the Swan is swimming on Friday. Steph Clarke with a 3-1 victory against Katie Sheldon to move herself on to 10 points and to keep up the momentum she has built up in this Group C campaign. She got the game started with a 110 checkout. Her doubling was delightful. Her scoring was much better than at times yesterday. For Katie Sheldon, she has got it all to do from here. Clarke 3, Sheldon 1. Coming up next, Pruim against McKinlay.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go!
Jaden Walker taken back!
And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? It's been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's Women's Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we have just completed our first game in Group C on this Friday afternoon. Before the break, Steph Clarke got the better Katie Sheldon by 3 legs to 1. That moves her on to 10 points in the group and back to the top of the pile. But Paige Pruim can join her there if she can get the better of Sophie McKinlay in what is a rematch of the 2024 WDF Girls World Championship final. It was Pruim that prevailed and lifted the coveted crown at the Lakeside to become world champion at just the age of 16. Making her debut on this particular stage, and towards the end of the session looking really at home on the Live Lounge stage, up against the 18-year-old from Stirling, Sophie McKinlay. Sophie, who nearly won the trophies at the Lakeside, went up in both the girls and the women's World Championship at Frimley Green in December. But she is going to take home the spoils here in January of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. She is probably going to have to go for the card, or at the very, very least, win 4 out of 5. But I suppose there is an element of playing with freedom for Sophie, but for Paige Pruim, she is now the bookmaker's favourite to go on and win this group 15-8 with the odds compilers to
39.
prevail. And you said yesterday, Matt, that 4-1 third favourite, that she could be the value play. How do you assess things with Paige today?
Exactly the same. I think she was value play,
41.
not just in regards to winning this group. I think she's a value play for the week, still trading around about the 8-1 mark to pick up
97.
women's week 2. But I'm also going to make an even bolder prediction, as you seem to like my bold predictions, and I get some of them right. So we're going to go really deep here in the opening leg.
41.
I'm going to go as far to say Bo Greaves right now is playing in PDC's Q School, and if she gets
58.
through, will become a PDC Tour card holder. If that happens, Bo Greaves will no longer be eligible to play the WDF World Championship at Lakeside. Should Bo Greaves get a Tour card,
83.
I would be suggesting back Paige Pauling now to become the World Champion at Lakeside
58.
in December.
Also, I think if Bo Greaves gets a card, there's a lot of female players that'll have decisions to make in terms of if they get that other spot at the World Championship, that there's an open field at the Women's World Championship. There'll be genuine
50.
decisions to make. And that WDF circuit, perhaps, for female players, because of the 25 grand first prize for the World Championship, would look a little bit more
139.
appealing than it did before, where it felt like Bo Greaves would pick up and mop up everything in sight. Talk a bit more about that as the game goes along. Paige Pauling looking at 110 to take out the opening leg. It was the
60.
finish that
Paige
Steph
Carr,
Clarke took
110.
to open up her game against Katie Sheldon this way.
92.
Paige Pauling nearly did something similar. She had the 104 yesterday, which was the second highest checkout of the session, and she nearly joined Steph Clarke in the 110 club, but she
40.
has got time on her
Paige
side.
Carr, 18.
Doesn't have to go for double nine, but goes straight
Aim
for
shot
it
the
and
first leg, Paige
takes it
Pauling.
first time to lead 1-0.
Second leg, Sophie to throw first. Game on.
Who am I to say players should split? But I do wonder if Bo
55.
does get a card that you look at the Lakeside this year, and it probably
60.
follow and tread a similar path to the men's tournament, which the last couple of years has been so open for interpretation.
Although that excitement may not last too long.
100.
It certainly won't today. Day 2 has not gone well for Bo Greaves. She's gone out in the opening round, 6-4s to Tavis Dudeny,
60.
who we have seen here at the Super Series in the past. Took part in the Group C campaign towards the back end of 2024. So if Bo Greaves is going to do it, she's going to have to do it all at the back end of the week. She's halfway through.
45.
Yet to register on the board.
What are we saying in terms of getting through? We're having a discussion about this
35.
morning. I reckon the UK probably 6 points positive legs difference, and maybe in Europe 5, but with a very good legs difference.
Yeah, the projected cut-off at the moment, 6 points plus 1 leg for the UK, 5 points plus 13 for
140.
the EU. But you do have to play all 4 days, a rule change for this year's Q School.
80. Sophie Carr,
And I think the correct
161.
rule change, because we've seen in the past Conan Whitehead was found guilty of that, wasn't he? If he didn't turn up, he would have got a card. I think it's fair to say
57.
that Bradley Brooks is probably now as good as a card holder, having won his opening match.
Well, speaking about not turning up, Paige doesn't look like she's turned up in
21.
this leg.
Sophie Carr, 104.
It's comfortable for Paige in leg 1. It's comfortable for Sophie McKinlay here in leg 2. Ironically, the finish Paige took yesterday, the 104.
84.
Nearly hit back against her.
Gave it a good scare, but this has been a scary leg for Paige Pauling. Hardly been able
39.
to
Sophie Carr, 20.
pack a punch, and so McKinlay to level up, looking at double 10. Doesn't have to go for this.
No score.
That might, in the end, actually end up being a happy accident.
100. Sophie Carr, 20.
Paige in striking range though now.
Suddenly there's a sense of urgency A sense of must hit.
No score. Pays your car
But
106.
the more Sophie McKinlay misses, is the more opportunities that Paige Pauling gets.
98.
And this time, Paige is on a double.
Should be probably wondering how the game's still going on. Should have expected Sophie to have done that a few shots ago. To be very well aware of the ability of Sophie McKinlay. The pair have been playing out on the various tours throughout their junior years.
57.
And I do wonder whether in this game, and both players have spoken publicly about their friendships with one another, whether
100.
that can creep into it. Maybe a little bit too much respect could be played up there, and as a consequence, maybe you can't flow as much.
60.
Because it definitely feels at this present
85.
moment in time that both players are playing within themselves.
99.
Tend to find players like Paige who play with a lot of rhythm, play with a lot of feel. Normally just takes one big moment, a maximum, a big finish, and
100.
sparks them into life.
95.
Well, McKinlay here is in a really good position to break the Pauling throw.
$82.
Great recovery of the last to leave herself on 134. Sense the frustration on the face of Paige Pauling.
20. Sophie Ricard
Leaves herself on a finish, but she
134.
knows she should have left it much more handed than just the fish. But McKinlay may make that an irrelevant matter anyway. But just strays the other side of the treble 14 with dart 2.
102. Pays your car
But will leave herself on double 16, and Pauling's not going to provide the fish. And so McKinlay here has got a great opportunity to
80.
break the throw, move 2-1 in front, and then have the darts to depose a Paige Pauling. Double 7 leaves double 9.
No score. Pays your car 90.
That was the problem in the fixture yesterday as well, wasn't it? 2 from 11 on the outer ring. But Sophie McKinlay was punished.
60. Sophie Ricard 32.
Not this time. Another opportunity for Sophie McKinlay. She's 1 from 10. And it's adding up.
No score. Pays your car 30.
Once again, Paige Pauling's been behind in the scoring stakes, but is getting opportunities at a double. In the previous leg, she was unable to take the opportunity.
18.
And neither is the
Sophie
case in
Ricard
leg 3.
32.
Got to be aggressive. Those last attempts was thrown soft.
Getting shot on the third leg. Sophie McKinlay.
Good last start there. It could have added up. It would have been building the frustration.
Fourth leg, Sophie to throw first. Game on.
Especially the previous visit, as I say, thrown soft, sort of not attacking it. Almost fearful of the target. And that's just that psychological attachment that you get with a double that you
21.
don't get with the treble, because it's such an important moment. That double represents so much more. It represents the breaker throw. It represents control.
180.
But what was we saying about the spark that can often come from a big moment with a flair player like Paige Pauling? That could be the moment she really gets going here. She's wrestled the
45.
advantage of throw straight back here in the opening exchanges.
And carrying on. But dart 5 goes a begging.
121.
But what a leg this is for Paige Pauling. 2-1 down, had opportunities to be off the stage right now, 3-0 winner.
Good legs like this are great, but what
45.
makes them more impressive is in the context of which they're happening. Paige Pauling was far from her best. She'd just lost a throw, went 2-1 down.
140.
The group then starts coming into question as people start coming up behind her. And then she puts a leg like this, where after 9 darts is left on a 2-dart combination. Could be the best leg we've seen
60.
all week from any
Page your
player.
car, 60.
Well, Paige Pauling has flicked a switch here.
40.
She cannot quite go into overdrive right now, but she has got plenty of time on her side. Only be free, though, if McKinlay can find a max herself.
140. Page your car, 20.
For 2-2.
Game shown the
And that's a
fourth leg. Paige
13
Pauling.
darter for Paige Pauling. A sign of respect from the pairs. We
Little
go all
final
the
leg,
way
Paige to
to a
throw first.
deciding
Game
leg
on.
for the first time in the session, and it is Pauling with the darts, who has hauled herself
59.
back from the depths of despair with that 13 dart leg. If you're Sophie McKinlay at this present moment in time, you
100.
just have to try and resign that to the back of your mind. It was a great leg, but it was just one leg, and we're still going to a decider.
100.
Yeah, exactly that. She's just got to keep serving it up, stay in contention, hope an opportunity presents itself.
41.
It's shots like that where Paige Pauling can open up gaps.
96.
When you stray off that 20 line, those one power scoring trebles, they're the things that give you a bit of a cushion on the scoreboard and
45.
could lead to a mighty cushion in regards to the league table.
45.
Well, it's been a slow start for Paige Pauling, but when it matters, she's managed to find something. And it's on the cusp.
60.
6 darts away from here, from sitting a win, which would put her on to 10 points and put huge pressure on Steph
100.
Clarke. Vicky Pruim, the other player in the mix for the 2 spots through to tomorrow night's final, is in action next against Trina Gulliver. And the start for her is as disastrous as it could get
59.
with the top 2.
Page your car, 101.
Looking as if they could seal the win. Pauling 6 from here for the match. Double 12 to do it in style.
Game shown in
Super
the match,
style
Paige
for the
Pauling.
superstar. Paige Pauling with a 101 checkout to complete the comeback. It was a 13 darter in the previous leg. A 101 finish to get over the line. Moments of brilliance on this 16-year-old sensation. Paige Pauling showing exactly why she is world champion material. A 3-2 win against Sophie McKinlay to move her on to 10 points in the group. Coming up after the break, a player who's won 10 world championships is in action. Trina Gulliver, the golden girl, looking to find the golden touch on the Modus stage. She takes on that super Swede, Vicky Pruim, on the other side of this short break.
15 darts with 117 checkout, an average of 109.31.
Going to get better than that too, but double 14. The leading light. It's double series champion.
Yeah, before Luke Littler became the world champion superstar, he was a legend of the Super Series. You can see some of the best of Luke Littler here at the Live Lounge from 6 o'clock this evening on Pluto TV. In the here and now at the Live Lounge, we're going to watch another legend take to the stage. Trina Gulliver, MBE. She takes on Vicky Pruim, both players' first match of the afternoon session, and two players that have very different ambitions for the day. For Vicky, she's looking to get herself in the mix, and realistically a win here today is probably the only way of doing so. Up against Trina Gulliver, for whom yesterday was a disappointment, it was a frustration, but she's looking to recover like the world champion, a 10-time world champion she is. 55 years of age from South, and the 8th appearance here at the Live Lounge. And she's looking to finish on a high. Up against Vicky Pruim, the 50-year-old from Chester, Antwerp Lightning. And she's looking for a Lightning start to keep tabs with Steph Clarke and Paige Pauling at the top of the Group C team. Now, this game yesterday was not a foregone conclusion. In fact, Trina Gulliver raced into was 2-0 down and then brought the game back to 2-2. It looked like Vicky Pruim was going to run away with the contest, but seemingly yesterday, Matt, everybody played their best darts
60.
Against Vicky Pruim.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Maybe that is because she plays with that little bit of pace and freedom in the action
60.
that just allows people to get to the hockey a little bit quicker. There are certain players you don't like playing because of their pace, and there's certain players you do like playing.
63.
Everything's got its sort of pros and cons, but Trina Gulliver, bottom of the table, didn't pick up a single win yesterday. Probably out of the running now,
41.
certainly with Steph Clarke and Paige Pauling both picking up their victories in match 1 and 2 today, beating Katie Sheldon and Sophie McKinlay respectively.
95.
But there was something that Trina Gulliver would have been able to go away with last night and build on, and that's the key. Even when things don't go right, you need to find the thing that you can build with. What can you grow? There's got to be one thing in one match you've done right, and that's what you focus on.
85.
For Trina, she did something really good across all of her matches. And that was her doubles percent yesterday. 33.33%, exactly 1 in 3. 6 successful hits from 18
45.
attempts. So there's a positivity for Trina. She knows when she gets down, she can get out. So if she can
92.
sort out the scoring phase today, find just a couple more trebles, she could be dangerous and spoil the party.
41.
One thing we know about Trina, having worked with her in this capacity, is she does look at things of a class R4, and she's taken out this 106. It was the highest checkout of yesterday's session, but she's unable to apply the finishing touches there. But this is a far more assured start by the Golden Girl
44.
here, and Vicky
50.
Pruim is in some instantaneous trouble, because if Gulliver takes this out, should be 1-0 to the good, and in a game that the Swede can ill afford to lose, the margin for error will shorten. Just like that, tops goes for Trina. She leads 1-0.
Second leg Vicky to throw first. Game on.
Looks like Trina had the same assessment, doesn't it? Well, get down to the doubles and fine. I just need to get down there a bit quicker.
45. $100.
They definitely look like they're going in a lot straighter as well, where there was times yesterday where you saw the odd dart here and there fly around the board a little bit, but everything looks like it's a bit
81.
straighter. They're being grouped a little bit better. I know it's only a leg or so in, but you can see straight away a lot more positive signs, and you can just see things look a
81.
little bit better.
$85.
As for Vicky, she must be thinking, why are you doing this now against me? You've done it for 25 years and you're doing it again.
66.
It'll make it really interesting, won't it, in regards to Steph Clarke and Paige Paulin's reaction to this, because Vicky Pruim is the closest rival at the moment, certainly in regards to
140.
points. She's got a 2-point cushion over Sophie McKinlay and Katie Sheldon below her in the table, and if Trina Gulliver wins this one, we could be looking at this group being sewn up quite early,
81.
because this
Video
would
card,
give
150.
both Paige Paulin and Steph Clarke a 4-point gap over third place.
However, Vicky does have 6 darts from here. She's
118.
left herself on a double after the first 3. All about applying as much pressure as possible for
59.
Trina Gulliver.
Video card,
Leaves herself
52.
on a single treble to leave a double.
Getting shown in the
But
second
she's not
leg,
going to get a
Vicky
look at the
Pruim.
114 because Pruim has pinned the double 16. First time of asking
Third
to
leg,
level
Trina
this
to throw
game up at
first.
1
Game
apiece.
on. 123.
And for Trina as well, even if she doesn't qualify today, as it looks very unlikely it's going to be the case, today is all about getting herself
85.
in the best possible form because she's back here playing next week in the Group C of the Legends League.
Perfect preparation, isn't it? Lots of time, lots of game
60.
time, which is one of the things maybe we see a little bit in the seniors events, that players just lacking that little bit of match sharpness at times, and it does matter getting
100.
those reps in, being familiar with play. It doesn't matter how many years you've done it, you need that recent play.
Well, Trina's getting the best of all worlds. A
100.
week this week, a couple of days next week, and sandwich in the middle of that, it's a couple of days in the commentary box alongside yours truly. I suppose there's highs and lows to every job, isn't there, Matt?
81.
This is much more like it for Trina.
138.
Average here, just below 82. And yesterday, if the truth be told, she was not threatening anything around that
65.
range. In fact, there wasn't
Trina
many
80.
averages around that range throughout the course of the session altogether. You can argue that this is up there, one of the best performances we've seen in this group so far. Bullseye.
55.
And that weren't far away either.
Vicky Car 170.
They're just grazing the outer wire. Will get a return here.
85.
Didn't need
Trina
to go
Car
at the
25.
bullseye there. Maybe could have laid down the marker. Set things up on the outer ring, where she's been getting a lot of success.
Getting shown the third leg.
Continues
Trina
to.
Gulliver.
A leg away from her first win here in this group.
Fourth leg, Vicky to throw first.
Vicky Pruim must be
Game
thinking, why, once again, is somebody playing their best darts when they play me? She's turning into the Mario Balotelli of darts. Why always
60.
me? And on the subject of Mario Balotelli, we're hoping for some fireworks here at the
45.
Live Lounge. It all builds towards its crescendo on Saturday evening. 7:30 we start on Pluto TV. There are a few tickets, a few
60.
select tickets available for tomorrow night's final. Although Gemma Hayter being here will make the availability
45.
a little bit more slimmer.
We mentioned about the performance of Vicky. She's averaging sort of mid to high 70s.
140.
And when we take a look through the daily average of all the players, there's only Vicky who got anywhere near that sort of level. But yet she finds herself in a position
82.
here where she could be 4 points away from qualification, despite being significantly higher than anybody else. The daily average yesterday The closest rival
60.
to her was 8 points lower.
Is there anything you could pin it down to, or is it just one of those competitions where, for whatever reason, it's just transpiring against her?
In this game specifically, it's more to do with Trina Gulliver being strong on the throw and not getting an opportunity to get that break.
165.
That, though, is a fantastic setup. Perfect darts. 3 power scoring trebles to leave the double after 15. But this is where she needs it against the darts.
60. Vicky O'Carr,
Needs to
16.
take this out and then reproduce.
Getting shot on the fourth leg. Vicky Pruim.
Well, excellently done on throw, and that's been the case throughout the course of this match. But it is Trina who has the throw in this final leg. A big leg for Vicky Pruim. One that if she wins, she finds herself very much in the mix. But one that if she loses, she may find herself in amongst the scrap heap before too long. She does play Steph Clarke next, which is why this leg has a much bigger magnitude to it, and she gets off to an excellent start in it. Because she can win this leg and then beat Steph Clarke, she effectively has her fate in her own hands. But then, if the opposite happens,
100.
It's all over, it's all done. That's the air of volatility that's in play here for Vicky.
60.
Trina been so solid on her throw throughout this game. We'll just be looking to pick off one treble a throw here, which is found again.
81.
We'll get her down, we'll get her opportunities. Vicky not utilising the 19s. It's
100.
one of the areas that just needs a little bit of work from the players this week. Just those sort of board management and the mathematics. The slip with
40.
dart 2 eliminated. Dart 3 being able to go at the bullseye there for Trina, and this is the chance that Vicky's been waiting for. The opening. But needs to find a red.
60.
And so the door open once again for Gulliver.
$99.
And again, that's one of those scenarios where Trina was hoping to keep it. So he went down to the 19s and has left herself on a 2 dart. It could be irrelevant. But Pruim cannot find the treble 18. And so Gulliver's going to get a go at this 96 to beat a good friend and good rival. And once again, cost her in a big tournament. Double 18. Doesn't go, and 64. So Vicky is back for the match.
It's almost like she was trying to avoid the flight there, Trina Gulliver, and well, she was successful if that was the task. 20 for tops for the match.
50.
Doesn't go, and so Gulliver returns for double 16. A golden start for the golden goal. Trina Gulliver's on the board in this Group C. And once again, a victory for Trina Gulliver against Vicky Pruim could cast huge doubts. She's showing her mojo and strutting her stuff on the big stage. Thursday was a day of woe for Trina Gulliver. Maybe Friday's going to be fantastic for her. But for Vicky Pruim, once again, playing well, but a player playing their best darts against her. She now finds herself 4 points adrift of Steph Clarke and Paige Pauling at the top of Group C. But we're going to take a break from the top of the table for now and watch a meeting between Sophie McKinlay and Katie Sheldon. That kicks off round 2, and I'm going to be watching live coverage of that after the break.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 a.m. on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 p.m. on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go!
Jaden Walker
And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 3 matches on this Friday afternoon. And following the first round's worth of play, Steph Clarke and Paige Paulin have a 4-point lead at the top of the table. Remember, the top 2 progress their way through to tomorrow night's final here at the Live Lounge in Port. So they find themselves in a really good position to do exactly that. Now, next game, though, is between 2 players who find themselves on 4 points. Sophie McKinlay taking on Katie Sheldon, and it is game 4 of the session. All the 4s are being aligned. Who is going to pick up a win here, which would put them on to 6 points, and realistically for the remainder of their day, they're playing for position in the group as to who can finish where, who can finish higher, and who can ascertain those bragging rights.
First leg, Sophie to throw first. Game on.
There's still hope. There's still hope. It's a long shot, but there's still an opportunity for the winner of this game. For the loser, it's all done and dusted, but
43.
there's still hope. You know, if Steph Clarke or Paige Paulin don't pick up results at the back end of the day, there's still enough points on the board that the winner of this game can
40.
make a bit of a move. The main thing you want as a dart player is a
81.
little bit of hope. It's what keeps us all so hooked with this game. There's always the carrot of opportunity
59.
dangling.
As the great Rod Studd would say, any outcome is possible, no matter how unlikely it may seem.
Well, if it all went to likelihood, why are we
140.
here playing the game? We might as well just give the trophies out to the players who are the favourites.
32.
You could be favoured all you want, but the only thing that matters is winning. And winning does breed winning, and for both of these players, they've been really unable
60.
to build any kind of confidence or momentum in this group, although Sophie McKinlay did have a couple of moments against Paige
60.
Paulin, was 2-1 up in the piece, but The last couple of legs, flurry from Paige, dealt a crushing blow to the Scot, but she's seemingly recovered from that setback okay in this
99.
opening leg, has scored better than her opponent, has left herself on a 2-darter to take out the opening leg. But Sheldon, by hitting 2 trebles there, has left herself on the fish, but perhaps the story of her week has been the fact that in a lot of legs she's found herself behind in the scoring phase. As she finds herself behind on the scoreboard because McKinlay has taken out the double 16 off the back of the 78 combo. And it is McKinlay who takes the opening rubber. It's the Scot who leads 1-0.
Just go back to that interview Sophie McKinlay gave before a dart was even thrown. And she was very quick to play down the expectation, saying how other people may feel expectation on the back of what she did at Lakeside. However, she's trying not to buy into that.
55.
She wants to get up there and produce her best. And we know she hasn't. We know she's more capable than what we've seen so far. There's plenty more in the locker.
85.
Maybe now when she looks at the league table and sees the opportunity has gone by, she did start as favourite to win this group, but from this point maybe she's just allowed to go back to playing with a smile on her face, so to speak, and sort of enjoying it without that expectation.
And so far, yes,
60.
it's still early stage of the contest, but there are very much evident signs that she is edging towards her best with the pressure off, averaging 86.5 at this present moment in time. And looking more assured like we saw
99.
on that Lakeside stage.
The Lakeside stage where she beat a 4-time champion of the world.
And I suppose this is the other thing as well. We keep talking about Lakeside campaign because it has been so good. But I can imagine when you do something so well, a little bit like a music artist. Yes, you have a #1 single that goes to the top of the charts and everybody knows the tune. But you don't want to be known for that one record, a la Rick Astley or a la other artists in the past. You want to be known.
60.
You want to be known for a greatest hits album. You want to be known for multiple successes. And that's exactly the case for Sophie the Trophy. But Sheldon looking to change the tune, looking to change the record on the back of that max.
$45. Katie Ducar, 16.
Double 8.
No score. Sophie Ducar, 76.
That's what we like to call the Hogan.
Well, it was a combination shot just like this for Sophie McKinlay in the opening leg, 78.
56.
Doesn't back it up
Katie
with a
Ducar,
76. Another
16.
opportunity for Katie Sheldon. And the opportunities are starting to run out. That is tricky.
No score. Sophie Ducar, 20.
So much tungsten and material in the way there. Unable to open up the bed enough to find a way through.
One left. And finds it into the top corner. McKinley's into a 2-0 lead. Katie Sheldon, just like yesterday, having problems on the western side of the board. And her problems might be magnified here because McKinlay has the throw for the match.
41. $45.
McKinlay hoping it's not a one-hit wonder at the Lakeside and that she can strut her stuff on the Super Series stage. You don't want to be
100.
like Matthew Edgar or Chesney Hawkes with a one and only success.
96.
I can think of worse things.
125.
Do you want to start listing your achievements, Henry?
I I do have a couple
60.
of trophies, just none of them in darts.
Participation medals.
I'll have you know, I'm an award-winning journalist.
Awarded by who?
65.
Hampshire Football Association 2018. Anyway, moving on. McKinlay looking at the fish for the match.
60. Soviet car 170.
And 6 darts to seal the deal. Free zip.
$83.
Set herself on a 2-darter.
100. Soviet car
He gets
87.
himself down to a finish should the opportunity present itself. McKinley's been strong on the finishers, 2 from 5. And it is double 5.
Game shot on the match.
And once again, finds it in the top corner, and it's 2 points for Sophie McKinlay, courtesy of a 3-0 victory over Katie Sheldon. It looks like she's warming to the task, Sophie McKinlay, far more relaxed on that stage now, and she picks up her 3rd win of the group. Next up, Steph Clarke looking to get on to a dozen points. She takes on Vicky Pruim after the break.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G-up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Sophie McKinlay got the better of Katie Sheldon by 3 legs to 0. On to game 5 now. And we see Steph Clarke and Vicky Pruim go toe-to-toe on the fabled live lounge stage. Big game in terms of qualifications. Steph Clarke on 10 points win here would put her on to 12 and put her on the cusp of qualification through to tomorrow night's finale. Right, so Vicky, victory is of the utmost importance. Defeat here. You find herself 6 points behind Steph Clarke with 6 points left to play for. And that's about Paige Pauling still to play against Trina Gulliver in this round of fixtures. Big game, this one, Matt, and I think we'll learn a lot more about this group come the end of it.
It's a shaping game, isn't it, in regards to the league table and the direction of which we're going to go.
45.
Victory here for Steph Clarke is pretty much job done. She'll only be able to be caught on legs.
100.
Which I think would be a big step forward for Steph Clarke. Maybe make her believe in herself a little bit
100.
more. Something Gemma Hayter alluded to after Gemma Hayter was successful in her passage through to Saturday night. She'll be back tomorrow to see if she can pick up a
81.
Super Series title. But she said Steph Clarke, a good friend of hers, and she's always sort of needing a bit of a G, of always needing
100.
that sort of outside influence, because she doesn't sort of get it intrinsically. She doesn't sort of get that self-belief.
140.
She doesn't quite fully believe in what she does, and can be quite
85.
a daunting place
Seven
sometimes when you're coming
120.
onto stages like this and you don't have that sort of inner. But the dartboard's giving her everything she needs to know.
100.
The dartboard's telling her she's playing well.
Well, we thought yesterday was good for Steph Clarke. Well, she's brought it up another level on Friday. And is Vicky Pruim walking into another one here? Double tennis found, Clarke is one up and playing well. It feels like Vicky Pruim is a barometer as to how well a player can play at this present moment in time, because everyone she comes up against raise their game against her.
100.
It's a compliment, don't get me wrong, but it's an annoying compliment after a while.
57. $125. $81.
Just having a glance over at Q score. Bradley Brooks has beaten Martin Grierson 6. Well, he's pretty much as good as a done deal now, isn't he? Brad, who's shown improved signs, made the semi-finals of the Globals back in December.
60.
Vicky
O'Carr, 151.
Played in the Tour Championship finals back in November here at the Live Lounge. In fact, this is a repeat of a quarter-final at that particular
69.
tournament. Steph Clarke actually won that game by 4 legs to 1. Vicky Pruim was the seeded player for that match, but it was Clarke who prevailed in the end, would
60.
lose out
Vicky O'Carr,
4-0
82.
in the semi-finals to Fallon Sherrock. There's Pruim here, looking at tops.
62.
Up at 1-1. But has got time on her side.
134. Vicky O'Carr, 20.
Nice shot there for Steph Clarke to bring her down within range.
10.
But that strength for Vicky there not being the case. 39% on the doubles yesterday, 2 from 5 in the opening game. 0 from 4 here for Vicky, but she's got a chance to put it right.
10.
She can find 2 5s. 2 2s for 1-1. And it's 22. 2 swans are swimming for the swan.
And
she's 2-0 up.
She's nearly there.
Red leg Steph to throw first.
She is nearly through to Saturday night to join Gemma Hayter.
100.
That's because McKinlay and Pruim still have to play one another, so
95.
12 points should be the barometer for Steph Clarke.
60.
Could all be over very soon, couldn't it? Paige Pauling coming up next, taking on Trina Gulliver. But Trina much improved in her
140.
performance. But the other thing to remember here is it's not just the points on the board, it's how they come. And Steph
43.
Clarke looking at a good leg difference here. There's more
83.
evidence, though, of the board management that just needs improvement on in the ladies' game a little bit at the moment. A switch down to the 19s there, could have left the
83.
finish. Staying on the 20s meant it had to be a treble. Single would not have brought her down.
137.
Vicky here averaging 88. But so 6 missed darts and a double across the first couple of legs, which is why she's in such a
65. Vicky Carr,
perilous
46.
position. But she's looking at double 18. Now double 9.
37.
Brought it back to 2-1.
Stephanie Carr, 150.
Well, this would be some way to win it. Some way to seal the deal. Double 18! Just above.
116.
Fine
Vicky Carr,
effort.
9.
Great effort. Well, she get another go. Squeezes it into the one.
Game show on the
No
third
problems
leg.
on the
Vicky
doubles.
Pruim.
And that is the reaction of relief there for Vicky.
Fourth leg, Vicky to throw first. Game on. $140.
Just to confirm the state of play at
59.
We're in for Steph Clarke. Wouldn't mathematically qualify her, but it would take a lot of things to transpire against for her not to.
100.
Basically, put it in pencil and then she'll hope that she can dot the ink a little bit later on.
52.
Bit like the old tracing paper at school. Trace it first and then you can put it in pen.
83.
Sure you had those lessons, Matt? Oh, you didn't go to school, did you, very much? Only when it suited you.
100.
And ironically, became a teacher.
60.
Practice what you preach. Pruim looking to level this game up to a piece. He's going to get 6 darts on 118 to get Steph Clarke's number and to level this contest up. And she's going to need the full quota of darts to do exactly
71.
that.
$60. Vicky Carr, 47.
Double 14. Just double checking with Paul Hinks. But cannot
33.
execute.
Stephanie Carr, 130.
Was he scared the 150 moments ago for the match? Treble 20 here will give a dart at the ball. Not going to go, can get over the top of the dart that's in the
94.
way, but a
Vicky
great
Carr,
switch to the
14.
18s, a target. Steph's getting a lot of success on.
It's all about success on double 7 for Vicky Pruim to save this
Getting shown
contest
the
as she
fourth leg,
gets
Vicky
it
Pruim.
last dart in hand. And Vicky Pruim's whole campaign pretty
final
much
leg,
boils
Steph to
down
go
to this
first.
one
Game
leg.
Love the little high five she gave the dart there as well before she took it out.
85.
You look after the darts and the darts look after you.
45.
It's always good to feel appreciated, Matt.
$100.
But this is a leg of huge significance. For Steph Clarke, it puts her pretty
60.
much there. But if Vicky Pruim can win, then it puts her back to within 2 points. Remember, Steph and Paige have still got to play in this
83.
Friday session. So not all would be as academic as perhaps you would think.
41. $60.
Got to find something big here, Vicky.
85.
You can see the demand there on Vicky, just rolling the shoulder into that shot, which is why the dart went wayward to the left.
83.
But anything less than a three-figure score here for Vicky. We'll see Steph get 6 darts guaranteed,
60.
and that's the scenario we now find ourselves in. Steph Clarke, 6 darts to pretty much put herself through, and she's trying to start on the 18s there. We did allude to the fact that she had a lot of success in that area, and she's identifying that as well. The luxury of a setup shot has now been used.
140.
And had to be utilised because Vicky's come back with a 2 treble turn. Double 10. To put Steph Clarke on to 12 points in the group. It doesn't mathematically confirm her yet, but the Swan is as good as swimming through to Saturday night's final here at the Super Series. A 3-2 success against Vicky Pruim. It's been a disastrous start to the day for the Swede. That's the tail of the tape on your screen. The key difference, well, it's in that 4th column down that you can see on that graphic, the checkouts. 2 from 14 for Vicky Pruim, 3 from 9 for Steph Clarke. She's a 3-2 winner over the Swede in our 5th game of the afternoon session here at the Live Lounge. Coming up after the break, Paige Porter looking to join her on that mark if she can get the better of Trina Gulliver.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12. To become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Pluto TV, the home of the Modus Super Series, and if you haven't made the migration over yet, you best do so quick, because before too long, you'll not be able to watch on YouTube if you're in a territory that has Pluto TV. It's very easy to download. It's just a couple of clicks away on your smart TV or your smart device. Head to your applicable app store, download the Pluto TV app, and you can watch the Modus Super Series 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Not just that, there's plenty of other great sport on Pluto TV as well. You can watch some great classic matches from the World Cup. I was watching a bit of that a couple of days ago. Actually, in the United States, they were
45.
Watching Carabao Cup action. Even got great series such as The Golden Girl, which you can watch right now here on Pluto TV
41.
because Trina Gulliver's on the stage taking on Paige Paulin, the 10-time world champion.
96.
Up against the reigning girls world champion. It's our 6th match of the afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and both players
55.
off to winning starts of the day. Both 3-2 victors in their first match of the session. And for Trina Gulliver, there was a lot of positive
100.
signs in her victory against Vicky Pruim. A much improved performance from her. Well, as for Paige Paulin, well, she kicked off where she left off. She was 2-1 down against Sophie McKinlay, but a real power play and a real
60.
surge towards the line. A 13-darter followed by a 101 check was enough for her to get over the line 3-2 against the Scot. And a win in this one for Paige would put her on to 12 points, as she may well be turning the page into Saturday night's final and writing another chapter in her Super Series story.
100.
All that, and you missed out 2 of the best channels there.
Go on.
The Sabrina the Teenage Witch and the Beyond Belief Fact or Fiction.
Ah. Baywatch is on there as well. I've watched a little bit of Baywatch. Not that I should probably admit such things.
100. Page your car 134.
134 for Paige. Not going to go on this particular occasion.
64. Trina car 145.
145 for Gulliver. Paulin left on 70. This is an error must hit for the Golden Goal, and it's not going to be hit. And so Paulin to save her throw. May just
65.
be the one dart at double
Page your car
top.
70.
And it is just one at tops.
50.
Doesn't go, but
Trina
Trina may be
80.
faced with the same equation here. Brucey bonus. 2 at double 10.
Intro
Only
first
needs the
leg,
1.
Trina
Excellent
Gulliver.
from Trina Gulliver. A pop combo
Second leg,
full of
Trina to throw
conviction.
first.
The 80
Game on.
goes. Trina breaks and leads 1-0. This is a much, much better showing from the Golden Girl here.
Oh. Nothing about Trina
100.
Gulliver today is a replication of yesterday, but that is why she's won all those world titles and all the titles worldwide, because
93.
you can't let 2 days be the same. You have one bad day, it doesn't mean the next one's going to be bad. You can turn it around, and that's what she's showing here.
41.
She's showing some fighting qualities.
A night and day performance from Trina Gulliver. Just some music cues
58.
score. Fallon Sherrock has beaten Keenan Thomas 6-3. We're speaking about the possibilities of Bo Greaves potentially getting a tour card, but do not discount the Queen of the Palace, who is seemingly finding her best
100.
form when it matters.
39.
9 tour cards go to the UK, 12 tour cards go to the European Union.
That, of course, being via the Order of Merit. You'll
100.
also get your daily winner going through to complete the 13.
140
from
to
the
Nuka
UK,
160.
16 from Europe.
6 darts on 160 for Trina to double her lead. We mentioned it in her first game, but there hasn't been too many darts to the straight. In fact, in this leg, only the third dart of her first visit has strayed wide of the 20 bed, where yesterday there was 1 or 2 flies. Going back to basics is paying dividends for Gulliver, looking for the ton, looking for 2-0, double 10. And that's coming up trumps for the Golden Girl. This is so much more like it for Trina Gulliver. What a difference a day makes.
And this could just open the group back up a little bit here. Paige Pauling currently second place on 10 points. If you just lose this game, Vicky and Sophie McKinlay will take each other on next. They're the 2 players tied on 6 points. One of them has to win. One will go 2 points away from Paige, and things could get very interesting once again in regards to those qualification places.
I'm going to say nothing. I continue to say nothing.
100.
But by saying that, haven't you said something? You wouldn't be very good at the quiet game, would you?
99.
I'd be awful at a sponsored silence. However, I reckon I'd raise a lot of money for a sponsored silence,
28.
What Gulliver's done here is put herself in a really good position to go on and win this game. Averaging here at 83.62. Her average went down to 74 in her first match, but out because of a few missed darts at a double.
$78. Pays your car 167.
Pauline needs to find something spectacular here, but the 167 isn't going to go. And so Gulliver, who's already taken out a 110 and a ton today, is looking at 115 to get this game wrapped up in about 6.5 minutes. And she's going to get a dart at tops to win 3-0 and to win in style. 2 ton-plus checkouts to Trina Gulliver. The Golden Girl is running riot on Friday. 2 games, 2 wins to Trina, and an average of 85 to boot. Excellent from the Golden Girl, showing why she is a 10-time world champion. And for Paige Pauling, well, that just puts a little bit of a dent on the inroads that she was making towards tomorrow night's final. Gulliver, a 3-0 winner then against Paige Pauling at the end of round 2. Coming up after the break, Vicky Pruim takes on Sophie McKinlay. Hello again, everyone. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. We've completed 6 matches in our afternoon session here in Group C, and this is what we have seen. Steph Clarke has won both of her opening matches. She has ascended a lead at the top of the table, but before the break, we saw Trina Gulliver getting her second win of the session. And what a difference a day has made for the Golden Girl. She beat Paige Pauling by 3 legs to 0, and it has made the league table just a little bit more interesting. Steph Clarke in cruise control. 12 points to her name. 1 win, she's in. But Paige Pauling, yes, on 10. Yes, still in a very advantageous position. However, their gaps are closing in and potentially we could have a grandstand finish. Plenty to keep us interested for the remainder of the afternoon. Let's get into the second half of the session then, shall we? And kick off with Vicky Pruim up against Sophie McKinlay. It's game 7 of our afternoon section here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And for Vicky Pruim, I feel like we've said this all week long about her. She's playing so well, but isn't getting results.
I was going to have a hands full here with Sophie McKinlay, who put in a very good performance in the last game when she got a 3-0 victory.
First Vicky to throw first. Game on.
That was over Katie Sheldon. And when she got that win, we did suggest that maybe it keeps her in the running. Maybe she's still got opportunity. Certainly if she wins this one, she'll only be a couple of points away then from Paige Pauling, who currently occupies position 2. The encouraging thing for McKinlay is she's starting to get the grouping
85.
right. She's starting to find the trebles.
All coming together for the Scots.
135.
For Vicky, this is quite simply put, well, for both players, it's quite simply put a must-win game. But for Vicky, if she doesn't qualify today, how do you think she'll assess upon her week?
I think she's enjoyed the experience. We can see that she's been playing and coming off the stage with a smile on her face, and on the same aspect, I think she'd be a little disappointed not to make Saturday night.
Which she did last time.
I suppose that's always the danger of a Group C, though, isn't it? Especially a Group C campaign like this one, where we had 3 very exciting young talents coming into this group with Paige Pauling, Katie Sheldon and Sophie McKinlay, who Vicky is currently trying to dispose of.
85. Vicky Ricard, 122.
122 for Vicky Pruim. Not to be on this occasion, but she does have that luxury of time.
34.
And it's going to need that time that's on her side. I suppose if there's one mitigating factor for
36.
Vicky,
Vicky Ricard,
is
88.
when you look at the 2 rounds that have been played today, she's played the best 2 players so far statistically, and so maybe the last 3
24.
matches could herald a little bit more joy for her.
$99. Vicky
Get the job
Ricard,
done
64.
first. And 64 is what she's looking at to take out the opening leg. 1 in hand, double 16.
32.
Doesn't go, so McKinlay
Sophie
does get an
Ricard,
opportunity.
70.
May just be 1 dart at tops, but it's a chance nonetheless for the break. Well, she's going to get 2. 10s.
50. Vicky Ricard, 32.
Well, Vicky Pruim has dodged a couple of bullets. She's dominated the scoring stakes. but
16.
cannot find the leg-winning
Sofia
double.
20.
She's been good on double 5 today.
No score.
But this time it's veered the
Vicky
other side of the
O'Connor,
top
16.
corner into the double 12.
Game show on the first leg.
And eventually, Vicky Pruim takes out leg 1 on double 8.
Second leg, Sophie to throw first. Game on.
You get that sense, don't you, that both players know this is kind of last chance saloon.
43.
The way the fixtures have worked out, it's worked out to give us this quite interesting clash where both players need the result.
81.
Effectively, knockout darts has started now. Which in some senses, when you know you have to, and otherwise you go home, it can actually simplify the situation because it's what players are so used to week in, week out, particularly for players like Sophie, for players like Paige. Hand robin darts is probably something they've never played before. Definitely not at this level.
Looking to follow in the max there was Sophie McKinlay. But yeah, there's not many places you play round robin, and I can certainly testify
55.
for that fact that whenever you get beat or if you lose a couple of games and you feel like the table, you're chasing it, it feels very daunting.
140. $95.
McKinlay 167, but Pruim has left herself on a 2-darter after finding a treble with the last. He's going to get a look at that 90 for 2-0.
82.
May have to take out the 90 because McKinley's on something of a similar size. Stay straight. You get a dart at the ball, hit the treble. You get a dart at double 5. And Pruim takes it out perfectly to lead 2-0 and get the break of throw.
Third leg, Vicky to throw first. Game on.
Well, Vicky knew that from this point onwards she has to cash in at every opportunity, and she may well get her first step on the ladder on this Friday. 2-0 up, and particularly in the scoring stakes, she's in control of this game now.
She is. She's been playing well, hasn't she, Vicky? She's been playing good, and you sort of feel like she deserves to be in the race for the place at the back end. She could be, statistically, the best player, head and shoulders above the rest of the pack, just not making it count. Not winning the
36.
key moments.
Normally, that is the key, isn't it? Timing.
28. $60. $59. $58.
Well, it's at this point now that Vicky really wants to hammer for home and get this job done. And that triple there with the last start leaves herself on a finish. And a few times in this game has Vicky saved herself with a last dart find on the treble.
59. Vicky O'Connor 144.
And she's got 6 darts here from 144 to get the job done. Another one of them just clips off the barrel on the other side in the treble 5.
$120.
Leads herself on double 12 upon her return to seal a 3-0 win.
32.
It
Video
just
card 24.
keeps Vicky Pruim in the mix so she can pin this double 12 to pick up a win, which will put her on to 8 points.
12.
And it would
Sophia
keep on the
Carr,
coattails of Paige
156.
Pauling. McKinlay isn't going to find a Hail Mary 156.
100. Video
So
card
Vicky
12.
will head east to pick up the points. Down for double 3.
Game
In
shot
it
of the match,
goes for a
Vicky
3-0 win. And a victory for Vicky Pruim, which just keeps her in the mix. Keeps her on the coattails of Paige Pauling, who's in action up next against Katie Sheldon. She still believes, even if the task from here is still a very difficult one. That's how she did it. 3-0 win, 3 from 12 on the doubles, the 90 checkout, the highlight. Next up, Katie Sheldon against Paige Pauling.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Balan Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Oki.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's middle match time on this Friday afternoon. And we're going to see Katie Sheldon and Paige Pauling go toe-to-toe. Before the break, we saw Vicky Pruim get the better of Sophie McKinlay by 3-0. And that means that the pressure's now piled on Paige Pauling. Lost her last game to... Trina Gulliver by 3-0. And a defeat here would mean there's just a 2-point gap between the pair going into the fourth
First
cycle
leg,
of
Katie, to
fixtures
serve
on
first.
this Friday afternoon.
Game on.
It feels like a pivotal game, this, for Paige, Matt, just to get back on the winning trail.
And just to make sure that
100.
she doesn't offer too much encouragement to the players in the chasing pack behind her.
125.
Paige is in one of those really sort
44.
of individual positions, and by that I mean, how does she perceive this? Is she
77.
looking up at Steph Clarke and thinking, I can still catch you and overtake? Or is she looking over her shoulder, worried about the chasing pack and thinking they could jump me?
44.
Because she's in a position where she could go either way.
Stuck in a tungsten
85.
purgatory.
$95.
For Katie, there's been glimmers of stuff across games.
24.
Kind of a similar story to Trina over the last couple of days. We've seen glimpses of stuff, but it hasn't all been
60.
put together over the course of a match as often as perhaps she would like.
60. Katie Carr, 158.
But she's first to finish in this opening leg. Another one of them. We're left double 19 for 158 checkout. Not to be, and so Pauling looking at 130. Another double 5. Oh, that's magnificent. It's another big checkout at a big time for Paige Pauling to get the breaker throw. The 130 is the biggest she's got yet to lead 1-0.
60.
Well, it's the biggest of anyone in this group so far. That was a honour currently held by Trina Gulliver, which she used
60.
the 115 finish to win the match against Paige Pauling. She's just gone, right,
40.
I've had 2 big ones hit against me. I'm going to come out, fight fire with fire.
And not just that, Matt, but the timing of it too, because Sheldon was left on
44.
60 to hold the throw, and that will feel like a dagger to the heart of the Irish player.
35. 28. 57.
Here's another shock for you, Matt, from EUQ score. Andreas Harrison has lost 6-3 to Stephen Noster.
100.
Also defeat for Rabbi John Rodriguez. And if he's not careful, we could
100.
see him here in a few weeks' time at the Super Series.
141. 60. Katie Carr, 128.
George running for the pull. Not to be for Katie Sheldon.
63. Paige Carr, 149.
Well, she's already had the 130 in the first leg. She going to back out the 149?
133.
She's a bit for the while away from doing
Paige
so.
Carr, 65. Game shown in the second leg. Katie
I guess we
Sheldon.
shouldn't be surprised to see both players stepping up their levels here in this game, because
So
one
Katie
thing
to
that
throw
players will
first.
play with rhythm
Game on.
like is other players that play with rhythm, where you can just get in a flow.
81. 96. 60. 60. 100.
It's our middle match of the day.
59.
There's 7 more to go this afternoon, but if you're enjoying the tungsten action, then fear not, we're back tonight.
60.
10 games from 10 o'clock for your entertainment here at the Modus Super Series. All live here on Pluto TV. Don't forget
100.
the finals. Tomorrow evening, 7:30, we begin our coverage.
45, K2 car 100.
Sheldon here looking for a ton topper of her own to move 2-1 in front. She will think that she's got 6 on this position.
60, Paige car
but Paige Paulin's
164.
already taken out a 130 and fronted a 149, but the 164 isn't going to be scared to a similar degree, and so Sheldon will return for tops to move 2 onto the goods.
K2 car 40. Getting shown the third leg, Katie Sheldon.
Paige Paulin is in a bit of trouble.
Fourth leg, Paige to throw first. Game on.
But we did see in her game against Sophie McKinlay, she was 2-1 down, found a 13 dart and a 101 check. So we know that when the cards are down, she can deal with what's dealt to her.
125.
This will be encouraging for Vicky, who has been playing well without getting the results. Will just be 2 points away from Paige Paulin with 2 laps
54.
of fixtures still to go.
$41.
That would be the pair's last game, Vicky Pruim against Paige Paulin.
58. $100. $60.
We sense the next couple of turns
43.
are vitally important, and because Paige hasn't left herself on a finish, it's advantage Katie Sheldon now against the throw to wrap this up 3-1 and
96.
to put Paige Pauling in peril, which did not look likely when she beat Sophie McKinlay in her first match of the session.
89. Katie car 108.
Well, this would be some way to seal it. Stayed there, couldn't find the treble.
100.
But
Paige
she is going to be on a
90.
double if Pauling cannot take out this 90. And she's not going to. And so Katie
30.
Sheldon returns,
Katie
looking at a
car
double
8.
4 to seal a 3-1 win. A big win for Katie.
4.
And it would have been a bruising
Paige
defeat for
car
Paige Pauling,
60.
but she's got another chance.
Last ditch opportunity.
Getting shown the fourth leg, Paige Paulin.
Great finish there for Paulin. Takes it to the decider where she's going to need a big
To the
leg
final
here.
leg, Katie to throw
Katie Sheldon
first.
playing
Game
well,
on.
certainly on the throw. Paige needs to dig deep.
60.
Seen her in this situation a few times, and she kicks off with a big 2 treble score.
80.
Is there a possibility that Paige
60.
could feel a little bit desperate in this leg?
Very much so.
30.
The pressure's on her, which is why Katie just hitting those straight 60s is enough at this point.
100.
Just chipping away.
$45. $56.
Defeat here for Paige Pauling is good news for Steph Clarke, but it wouldn't
100.
automatically put her through because there's still a possibility 3 players can finish on 12. And although Steph has a very good legs difference, we have seen crazier things happen in
130.
these 4 walls. And it's now a real
100.
possibility.
Katie car
Sheldon,
95.
95 for the match. Goes the bullseye route. And she's going to get a dart at double 16.
63. Paige
Not to
car
be.
146.
Good effort. She will be back. All Paige can do is leave this handy.
58. Cage car 32.
Then hope.
It's been a nemesis at times, this double 16.
No score.
And it continues to be for
88.
Katie Sheldon. The bullseye wasn't far away. It was a
63.
good attempt, but
Cage
couldn't
car
quite
32.
execute. And so Sheldon's back for 3 more. It's that double 16 again, but
Sheldon,
this
that's
time
Katie
it is a friend for Katie Sheldon. But for Paige Paulin, after that opening win against Sophie McKinlay, is back-to-back defeats. And suddenly, she is lurking over her shoulder, and suddenly, Vicky Pruim is very much back in play. That the tale of the tape from that one. Coming up after the break, Trina Gulliver up against Steph Clarke, for whom a victory here would see her in to tomorrow night's final.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Katie Sheldon got the better of Paige Paulin by 3-2, and for Steph Clarke, she can qualify through a win here against the Golden Girl. Trina Gulliver will be enough for her to advance to the finals tomorrow evening on her debut in this particular competition, but Trina might be at the bottom of the table and Steph Clarke might be at the top of it. But today has been very much a different day for Trina Gulliver. Hit 2 ton plus checkouts and an 85 average against Paige Pauling last time out. Beware the Golden Girl because she is in some good form today.
Game on.
She truly is. She's playing well. She's playing with purpose. And this will be where she'll be a little bit frustrated that she just wasn't able to get one win yesterday, because that would have gave her a little
85.
bit of hope. At the moment, she's just sort of playing for places, playing for pride,
59.
and playing to disturb Steph's celebration party.
You
mentioned in a previous game, but for Trina, the real difference is just been going back to basics and just doing the
54.
simple things right, which has given her so many more opportunities and seen her play so much better.
$78. $100. $60. $40. $82. $60. To new car,
Gulliver first to
156.
finish. 6 starts from here to take out the opening leg, and that is perfect for another, but cannot situate second of the treble 20,
80.
and then has a bounce out with the third.
$121. Trina car 76.
76 for the opening leg, and bar for a bounce out, this should have been 3 at a double. So, well, it's not even going to be 1.
36. Seven car 67.
Steph Clarke effectively with a free go at this. Tops.
27.
Doesn't go, and so Trina's got 3 at this target, and her doubling in both of her games have been impressive. 3 out of 8 and 3 out of 4.
$35.
Cannot find there, and so
Steph
Clarke's got
40.
3 more to get the break.
See, this is where it's all
20.
changed now for Steph
Trina
Clarke. It's
car
all been
5.
sort of progress. It's all been development. It's all been fun and games until now.
No score. Seven car 20.
When now it's changed. Now it's about, can you qualify again? The whole task, the bar has been lowered in regards to
Getting shown the first leg.
where she needs to cross, and she's pretty much there. She's nearly done it.
Second leg.
Nearly
Steph to
done the
throw
big
first.
turnaround.
Game on.
2 legs required for Steph Clarke to qualify through to tomorrow night's final. She's got the break. If she holds here,
44.
then the Swan will serenely make her passage through to Saturday night.
100.
The Swan will glide through. Well, she's been keeping her neck above water for so long, has the Swan. And it has been going oh so swimmingly throughout the course of this group. After what was a challenging start, found herself
60.
in tricky waters. Suffered a duck on Monday.
60.
But now looks like she's heading towards the shores of Saturday.
Would be just the second player confirmed through as well. And normally by this point in a
80.
weekly campaign, we at least know 2 names. Just shows how fiercely competitive it has been.
60. $78. 60.
Gulliver looking to
84.
break back in this second leg. But has left herself on 99.
100. Trina Khan 99.
Double 10. She's been so good on this
Game shot
today,
of
and
second
she's
leg.
good on it
Trina
again.
Gulliver.
It's another three-figure combo for Trina Gulliver
Gulliver
to break
Trina
back
to
and level at
first.
1-1.
Game on.
And keeps Steph Clarke waiting on the hill a little bit longer. You don't often see a swan on a hill.
44. 21. 24. 41. 80. 140.
Nice pick off there for Steph Clarke. Looking to get that re-break.
135.
Trina's ticking a lot of boxes today, isn't she? In regards to those big numbered visits.
44.
She's ticking a lot of boxes in the results. Unbeaten today. 2 from 2. Looking for the hat-trick.
Decisions.
140.
And after all that, decided to stay where she originally was.
We're just looking to see if she could leave anything better than the double 19.
140. Trina Khan 78.
She left herself on 78 to move 2-1 to the good. It'd be the first holder throw in this contest.
$38.
She's going to leave
Steph
herself
Clarke,
on top upon her
115.
return. Steph Clarke looking at 115 for a three-figure combo.
47.
She
Trina
can't
Khan,
find.
40.
Gulliver looks at tops, and if she doesn't find it, Steph Clarke is back for a place through.
Game shot
But she's not going to be.
Gulliver.
Gulliver's 2-1 up. And Trina is travelling towards a third consecutive
Steph
win.
is through first. Game on.
But Steph Clarke, well, the win's not actually of the utmost importance. Just winning this leg is enough to send her through.
41.
I wonder if she knows that as well. And if she does, it becomes a little bit trickier
58.
when you're making mini goals, mini challenges within the overall challenge. Because the overall challenge is trying to beat Trina Gulliver.
43.
But then when you've got, well, I can beat Trina by getting to 3, I can qualify by getting to 2, and you're sort of staircasing within the match.
58. 100.
Well, that was a great recovery from
81.
Trina there. We've all been there with that odd slip with dart 1.
58. 40. 59.
Well, we're at an impasse. Gulliver unable to make any feet from 2-6-4, and so Steph Clarke here is 200 points away from qualifying through to tomorrow's final.
60.
That slip in the last couple of visits from Trina, only scoring 45 in the last 2 visits. I've given Steph a luxury of time here.
84.
Staying down there would not have left the finish had she not hit the treble, and she hasn't done so. So another set-up opportunity here for Steph Clarke.
60.
Just chipping away at the score. Hoping for an opportunity on the outer ring to book that place.
It's going to be put under pressure by Gulliver.
99. Steph Clarke 80.
For this is Steph Clarke's moment. Does not like the lie of dart 1. It's in the way. But it's tops
60.
for Saturday night, and it wasn't far away.
This is for the match and to keep Steph waiting and to move Trina Gulliver off the bottom of the table.
It's tops.
56.
It's low.
Steph Clarke
And
20.
so Steph Clarke cannot win the game here, but she can send herself through here. Double 5. The Swan sails into Saturday night. Steph Clarke has qualified for the showpiece finale at the Super Series. She is a Women's Week finalist.
60. 60.
Well, Clarke hasn't won the game. Gulliver's missed a dart to win the game. But Steph has got what she wanted, and that is her
100.
place through. Trina wins this game. It could be one of those scenarios, to quote Martin Tyler, where everyone's a winner.
96. 81. 95.
Take your pick, Matt.
Advantage Trina due to
100.
the fact she's thrown first, but Steph first to a finish. Makes this a very, very key 3 darts here for Trina, and you can see the reaction tells you she knows that too.
115.
Bails herself out very well with the switch down to the treble 19s.
118.
Steph Clarke isn't going to win it in such a style, but she's left herself on 42, forcing Gulliver to take this out. She is led 2-1 and had a dart to it. She's going to get 2 more here. 1 left at double 9.
75.
Gulliver cannot find for the hat trick. And so Steph Clarke looks at 42 to get the job done. Double 16.
10. Trina Clarke 18.
Both kiss the wire. Gulliver back for double 9. 2 4s for another 2 points and to take herself off the foot of the table.
14. Steph Clarke 32.
She's had lots of opportunities here, Trina Gulliver, to keep the winning record going.
Getting shot on the
But
match,
Steph Clarke has confirmed her place through with a win. She gets the better of Trina Gulliver by 3 legs to 2, and the Swan can enjoy a Saturday night at the Live Lounge. Job done, and job done with a win. Steph Clarke with a 3-2 win over Trina Gulliver, and she will join Gemma Hayter into tomorrow night's final. That's game 9. That's the 3rd cycle of fixtures completed. And round 4 will begin with a battle between Katie Sheldon and Vicky Pruim after me and Matt have a chat in the studio on the other side of this short break.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker take and Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. Not really it. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 3 rounds worth of fixtures on this Friday afternoon. Before the break, Steph Clarke sealed her place through with a 3-2 win over the Golden Girl, Trina Gulliver. So Steph Clarke is safely through. However, just behind, it's beginning to get very interesting. Paige Paulin won her first match, but has lost her last 2. She is stuck on 10 points, whilst Vicky Pruim is on 8 and is looking to catch Paige Paulin at the post. Matthew Edgar is with me in the Pluto TV studio this afternoon, and so far, so good. If you're Steph Clarke, Matt.
Yeah, job done for Steph Clarke, and it's been a really good performance here in Group C. We see it quite a lot regarding people turn it around, and Steph Clarke, another one to add a name to that list. He's looked so much more confident, so much more composed as the tournament has gone on, and it'll be interesting now to see how she gets on a Saturday night. She's our second player confirmed alongside Gemma Hayter, and if the level of progression in Steph Clarke's game, if the level of composure continues to develop, she could be a rival for tomorrow night.
We spoke to Steph at the end of yesterday's session. There's a real feeling that she's just taking everything in her stride.
Yeah, it did take her a day, didn't it, to settle, and then from there it's all been progression. So at the end of day one, that I felt there was a lot more in there from Steph Clarke, and I don't think she's quite fully hit her potential. And then slowly we started to see it coming through until today, where you go, right, okay, she had that good day on Thursday. Now it's a case of getting the job done, which brings with it different pressures, because now we've got the expectation back. You come in on Thursday, the expectation's gone. It's a bit of a free day. You can't really be out of it, but today she could be in, and she had to come and deliver, and she has.
In terms of Trina Gulliver, was bottom of the table, didn't win a game on Thursday. What's flicked the switch today, in your opinion?
Maybe the finishing line being in sight has just changed things a little bit for Trina Gulliver. When you're here for a week, it feels a long time. And when you get to that middle part of the week, if results aren't going for you, it feels a long time until it's over. And she would have come in today knowing that it's all done. She can't really qualify. It's a final day of play. And with that, she's just been able to sort of play it again in a sense of not playing the continuum of the week, not worrying about the league table, just thinking about each game individually. And we've seen her produce some very good darts and some big finishes.
Some big finishes, some big free dart checkouts over the course of the session. Trina Gulliver may be a case of too little, too late, but she'd be very pleased with the way that she's played. Let's talk about Paige Pauling. She's in second place, but she's hanging on to second place.
She's hanging on the points that she's accumulated already. Now, it's not been that the performance hasn't been great today, it's that the performance hasn't been consistent. She's let openings in. She's had big bursts in certain games, certainly that one with Sophie McKinlay earlier on, and that sort of gave her opportunities. Now, when we look forward, she's in a bit of bother, because yes, she's got the 2 points gap, but Vicky Pruim behind her is 5 legs ahead. Paige Pauling now is in a position on -1 legs, which means if Vicky can get that game advantage, get that win, she will overtake, which means when them two play each other head to head, that could be vital.
And also in terms of Vicky, you actually look at it, she's played statistically the best 2 players today in her first 2 matches, won her last one. So she'll feel going into the last couple of matches of the day that the performances are there to get the results, and on paper, the opposition's there to get the results too.
Yeah, Vicky's been playing some good darts. As we mentioned at the start of the show, she's probably the one who feels the most unfortunate out of anybody here this week, because she's statistically better by, 8 points of the rest of the chasing group. And that's going to play its part at some point. Somewhere along the line, you're going to start getting your chances. And ideally, you want it to be right at the post. You don't want to be on the top and looking over your shoulder. You want to sneak up right at the very end and steal it on the line.
Just quickly, a word on Sophie McKinlay.
Improved at times. Played better now that we've got to the point where she can't qualify. I think expectation, whether it's real or not, I think she's felt it this week. And now that expectation's gone, I think we're going to see a little bit more from her. I think it's going to take, as I mentioned before, maybe a month or two just to sort of reevaluate and sort of... She's fast-tracked, hasn't she? She's fast-tracked where she thought she would be. She's played the World Championship final. Mm-hmm. And that's probably something she eyed up in a few years' time. So she just needs to sort of take stock, sort of enjoy what's happened, embrace what's happened, and then maybe in a month's time we'll start to see her get back on that sort of upwards curve.
Well, that is the assessment at half-time here at the Live Lounge at Women's Week. But next week, we are going to see 12 real icons of the sport go toe-to-toe in our first ever Legends League. Devon Peterson is a global superstar.
What a finish. What a start to the match for Trina Gulliver.
On the second set.
And finds it. There you go.
What's going on here? It's all... 108! And he knows it.
Steve Beaton makes his debut at the Modus Super Series next week as part of our Legends Week. Vincent van der Voort is also going to make his debut on the hallowed stage. We're also going to see appearances from former world champions Neil Duff and Richie Burnett. Of course, the 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver will be back alongside Martin Adams. Our very own Chris Mason's going to be swapping the microphone for the Tungsten, and the newly crowned ADC Global Champion Devon Peterson will be here too. That win giving him an extra ticket and an extra bonus in his career, and he'll be hoping to kickstart 2025 in style. We'll be kicking off our coverage here on Pluto TV from 9:30 a.m. on Monday morning. Right, back to the action here, and it's a big game for Vicky Pruim. It's game 10 of our session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth Women's Week. She takes on Katie Sheldon, who finds herself 5th in the table with just 6 points to her name. If Vicky can win this one, she'll move on to 10 points and will leapfrog Paige Paulin into an automatic qualification position due to her superior legs difference. And on the basis of playing, the balance of play, would the win for Vicky Pruim look the most likely outcome?
100.
Think of what we've seen so far, but Katie Sheldon did win her last game. She's still trying to play a part in the qualification criteria
100.
for who goes through. It's not going to be herself, but she can certainly affect others the way that they have affected her.
100.
Victory in the last game, 3-2 against Paige Paulin. She'll be hoping to follow that up with a victory over Vicky Pruim.
100.
Almost feels a little bit
97.
of the same sort of psychology of what you'd get with a penalty shootout, doesn't it, this, regarding the Vicky and Paige situation now?
83.
Sort of one goes up to bat and it could change it all, or then it passes back to the other. The seesaw
100.
of pressure.
One of them, 40. Katie Coward and 4. 56. Vicky Ricard, 78.
Pruim looking at 78 to break the throw in the opening leg of this encounter. A lot of darts
38.
on that particular
Katie Ricard,
combo that's hit the
48.
single 4. Well, it's a double-double, but because of the position of dart 1, oh, that is horrid.
32.
If she found that, that would have been dart of the week.
Getting shown the first
Vicky
leg.
Pruim pins a double 10 to get the break and lead 1-0.
Second leg, Vicky to throw first. Game on.
Vicky gets the win here. She will temporarily move into a qualifying position. Paige Paulin would
60.
still have a game in hand. However, that is against the table topper, Steph Clarke, the player
100.
who's already qualified through to Saturday night. And with the legs difference in play, this could cause big, big problems. Certainly if Paige doesn't win that game.
85.
Well, it is FA Cup third round weekend, and Vicky Pruim is looking to provide an upset
60.
because when Paige Paulin moved on to 10 points, it felt like it was going to be a matter of when rather than if Paige Paulin was to make it through.
35.
And you
42.
couldn't make an argument against if Vicky Pruim was to progress into the top 2 that she deserved it, because her level of play over the course of the last 2 days has been up there with the best in this group. Averaging just an 83 in the early echelons of this match, but because of the slightly shorter nature of these games, leg 2 may well be the 2/3 point of the match.
85. $78. Vicky Ricard, 15.
219 would have left the double.
59. Katie Ricard, 81.
Sheldon's not going to get a dart to win the leg here and now, and so
49.
Pruim will return.
Figure car 56.
Should be 2 in hand for 2-0. And she is going to get a couple at tops, of
Getting shot in the
which
second leg,
she
Vicky
only
Pruim.
needs the one. And Vicky Pruim is making hay while the
Another
sun is
Katie
still
to third
shining
class.
on her.
Game on.
She's had a little bit of luck because of a couple of defeats of Paige Pauling, but now, with her destiny effectively in her own hands, because she plays
Yeah.
Paige in the final match, she is trying to make as light a work as possible of Katie Sheldon to put herself in as good a position as possible going into that match against Paige
59.
in game 14 of our session.
140. $60. $133.
Excellent setup to leave herself for the fish.
Katie's average here, just shy of 86. As far as this group goes, in running,
134.
this is the best average we've seen so far from a player, and she's 2-0 down. Vicky is doing to others as they have done unto her.
60. Katie car 36.
9.
Getting shot in the third
14
leg,
data
Katie
for
Sheldon.
Katie Sheldon to half the arrears in this match.
Vicky
But
to third class.
crucially,
Game on.
Vicky Pruim has the darts here to get the job done.
43. $125.
But this is the best of Katie Sheldon. In fact, this is the best we've seen from anybody so far this performance. But it's still in a losing effort.
140.
Because Vicky Pruim is just hitting back whatever Katie can muster right now.
100. $81.
And he's continuing to last dart, Katie.
21.
And that's the slip. That's the slip that Vicky would have been waiting for to put herself back in the running here for a qualifying place.
59.
Unable to leave a finish, but brings it down.
$55.
And now 6 darts. That's the guarantee she's got.
40.
But doesn't utilise the setup play well.
Giving Katie Sheldon a sniff here.
60. Vicky car 138.
Great second dart.
84.
Leaves
Katie
herself
Car
handy if she
140.
returns. And it's going to be when she returns.
40. Vicky
Should
car
be
54.
2 at tops to get the job done. It will be 2 at tops. Now double 10. Vicky
shown in
Pruim
Vicky
is
Pruim.
into second place. She is making a dash towards the line, and she is saving her best up till last. A 3-1 success against Katie Sheldon, who's played the best that she has played on this stage this week, but it is in a losing effort to Vicky Pruim, who came up clutch when it mattered most, raced in to a lead, and then never relinquished it. Pruim 3, Sheldon 1. Coming up after the break, it's Sophie the Trophy up against Trina the Golden Girl.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on to the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Vicky Pruim beat Katie Sheldon by 3 legs to 1. Now, what that means is the game in match 14, regardless of what happens between Pruim and Clarke, will be a straight shootout for the 2nd position in the group. McKinlay and Gulliver go toe-to-toe. Now, neither of these 2 could qualify, but they are playing for position. But Katrina Gulliver lost out in her previous match, but today has been a much better day. While Sophie McKinlay, there's been moments, haven't there, for the trophy on Friday?
There has. There's been more moments than we had yesterday, but certainly Trina Gulliver has ticked that box more than anybody in regards to an increased performance from what we've seen.
First leg, Sophie to through first. Game on.
2 big tumblers checkouts, a maximum, an 85 average from the Golden Girl today, who will be looking to try and pick off a couple of people above her in the league table.
40.
Would you just side with Trina in this one in your book?
36.
I think on the balance of play today, you'd have to. But if we're going to talk about over more recent times, then you'd have to give that to McKinlay, who's
60.
making waves within the ladies' game.
$43.
As we mentioned all day for Trina, there's a bigger goal to this too. She knew realistically qualification wasn't probably going to happen unless something major happened in twofold.
43.
But she's got another competition next week. We're going to see her at the Legends League. Today, I suppose for her, was all about getting herself in the best possible form to be competitive there.
59.
Down to the quarterfinals now.
60.
Q School in Europe. Kai Gottard and Davy Prouston the first game. Gottard 2-1 to the good. Also there Max Hopp, Mike
100.
Kuyvenhoven, Dominic Grulich, Stefan Hendrik and Steven Noster. UK, the quarter-finalists are
100.
Andy Bolton, Daniel Perry, Adam Warner, Bradley Brooks, who I think everyone's hoping wins outright today, so it gives them a better chance of getting a card unless you're in the field. And Cameron Crabtree.
49.
McKinlay, 6 darts, 198 to take the opening leg of this encounter.
84.
You can actually join Jamie Atkins to the mix. He's just beaten Dale Pilgrim in 11 legs. Sophie McKinlay looking at 114 to take out leg 1.
54.
Trina ensuring
Sophie Car 114.
she leaves herself on a finish, the 160. But McKinlay looking for her first real big check.
94.
114
Trina
isn't going
Car
to go.
160.
She did have the 101 yesterday, but that would have been her biggest finish of the week.
Another one of those.
Game show
And
on the
that's
first leg.
Eclipses,
Trina
the biggest
Gulliver.
finish of the week, which was set by Trina Gulliver, the 156.
Second leg, Trina did through first.
How ironic.
Game on.
It's Trina who sets the bar once again, just like she has done on this sport.
$60.
Golden darts by the Golden Girl.
$60.
Clipses of excellence, clipses of brilliance by the 10-time champion of the world, Trina Gulliver.
100.
She's had the ton, she's had the 115 and now the 160. And for Sophie McKinlay, who had a dart
140.
at tops to win the opening leg on the back of the 114, will feel a bit seasick.
45. $45.
But Sophie was very pragmatic, as we've spoken about with her progress this week. Just because she got to a world final, she still wants to take everything in her stride. Everything is one step at a time.
40.
And I think she'll try and take as many positives about this experience as she possibly can.
That's all you can do. That's all you've got to do. That's how you build positivity. That's how you get positive results. You don't get it by dwelling on the negative.
60.
That is the difference between, ultimately, people who look at it and people who play it as such. When you're playing it, you've got to find just that
40.
one thing to build on. Let everybody else worry about what the negatives were or what you could do differently.
$78.
Well, McKinlay will hope to hit back where it hurts for Trina Gulliver and find a ton plus checkout of her own.
60. Sophia Car 118.
Gulliver's on the 156. She did miss tops of the 114 in the previous leg. But she's not going to get a dart at double 19 in this.
58. Trina Car 156.
But the Golden Girl isn't going to take out the 156. So McKinlay back for 60. Back for the break and
100.
back to level this
Sophia
match
Car
up.
60.
Two tens.
Game
Levels,
show on
you
the second leg,
devils.
Sophia
1-1.
Third leg, Sophie to throw first. Game on.
fair reflection on this game so far, Matt?
Yeah, there's not really been much to separate the two, has it? It's that flash of genius from Trina Gulliver to get the breaker throw, but she wasn't able to hold in the next. And the old expression comes to mind again, doesn't it? That a break is only a break once you hold.
26.
Does feel, though, that two things are happening here. It's Trina Gulliver just losing the pace a little bit, while Sophie McKinlay really starting to find her range.
60. $43. 43. 60. 94.
Well, McKinlay first to finish, and she's going to get the luxury of time from that particular point, although Trina is trying to creep up as closely as she possibly can.
64. 136.
Lovely setup play there from McKinlay. Gets down to a double after just 15. Certainly going through the gears.
140. Silver car 28.
So double 14 for McKinlay to move 2-1 up. Well, that's awkward.
11.
You could tell by how low dart 3 was exactly that was the case. 132 for Gulliver. So going to go, and so McKinlay is back for 17.
$56. Sophie car 17.
Well, that's the hard bit out of the way.
Getting shown
And the double eights was just as easy for Sophie McKinlay. And she moves 2-1 to the good against the Golden Girl.
$40. 85. 55.
Reminder, all eyes are fixated to game 14 of our session. Vicky Pruim against Paige Pauling, which is going to be a shootout for second position, but that's a moment of maximum brilliance from Sophie McKinlay.
$38.
Just goes back to that in patches. It's been very good argument, Matt.
$140.
She will have another game to go as well. McKinlay will close the show against Steph Clarke, so real opportunity here to continue to showcase her talents.
58. Sophie car
Remind the viewers
96.
of why she reached that World Championship final a month ago.
Double 18. This is an 11 darter.
To
To win the game in super style, Sophie McKinlay with the best leg we have seen at Women's Week. An 11 darter to cross the line against Trina Gulliver by 3 legs to 1. Moments of magnificence from Sophie McKinlay. showing glimpses of the form that saw her into the World Championship final last month. A 3-1 success for her. Coming up after the break, Paige Pauling takes on Steph Clarke.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Sophie McKinlay got the better of Trina Gulliver by 3 legs to 1, averaging 81.5. Finished off an 11 dart leg to cross the line against the golden goal, who herself had a 160 checkout at the beginning of that match. Game 12 sees Paige Pauling and Steph Clarke go toe-to-toe. Now, regardless of the outcome of this game, because of Paige Pauling's legs difference, match 14 will be a shootout. Whether Paige Pauling wins this game, whether Paige Pauling loses this game. It's one of those unique factors about the round robin here, the Super Series. As for Steph Clarke, she's through.
First leg piece to through first.
Pretty much guaranteed
Game
top of the
on.
group. It's all good for the Swan. But for her, it'd be about winning as many games
58.
as possible to give herself as much confidence going into Saturday's action.
81.
See, I have it slightly different. Because if Paige is to lose this game...
80.
Oh no, yeah, you're right. You are right, yeah.
I'm never wrong, Matthew. I'm never wrong.
Yes, you are.
134.
Well, this one I'm not.
I'll take that one on the chins.
60.
Yeah, I'm looking at the legs difference column, of which Vicky Pruim does have a massive advantage at the moment in regards to the legs.
83.
That really would only come into play, wouldn't it, if there's wins and things the other way around. But yeah, that's going to be a great
141.
finale game.
89.
Vicky currently occupying in the live place table at
100.
second position.
Pleasure car 52.
That is the final qualifying place that is available for the players. Steph Clarke
Getting shot on the first leg, Paige Pauling.
already booked herself through to Saturday alongside Gemma Hayter. Paige Pauling looking to make a bit of a move. We're seeing quite an increase in performance here, aren't we, from players towards the back end of the day. That one of Sophie McKinlay, and certainly now from Paige Pauling, who maybe is enjoying this scenario a little bit more than being able to play with lots of lives and lots of opportunities.
135. $45.
Certainly a lot more focus on Paige Pauling's face right now. Very steely-eyed.
100.
Again, it boils down to what we said earlier. Because it's a bit more knockout now, it's as much as it's a harder situation to deal with in terms of pressure, it's easier to deal with because it's as simple and cut and dry as it feels. Win and you're in, you lose, you go home. And so actually, even though the stakes are higher, the scenario becomes
95.
easier to control.
$100.
Paige Pauling averaging
97.
91
Paige
here,
121.
and could be 2-0 up in next to no time at all, but she's not going to find the 1-2-1, which would have been for a breaker throw.
26. Steph Car 122.
Clarke looking at 1-2-2 to level up at one apiece. But she's not going to get a look at the ball.
86. Paige Car 95.
Treble for double. 2-0 Pauling. It's another combination finish for the 16-year-old to break the throw. Steph Clarke to 2-0 to the good. It's a weird situation
78.
because effectively this is a dead rubber before an all or nothing game for Paige Pauling. I can't remember another situation like
28.
it here.
Yeah, it's a strange one. It's a different scenario. I'm literally sat staring at the table because I'm looking at it. It just doesn't quite compute. And imagine what the players are like trying to work out these sort of scenarios and play at the same time. That's why sometimes it's best just to stay out of the way of it, because it's puzzling
93.
me, and I've been looking at it for the last 5 minutes.
$100.
What Paige Pauling's doing here is she's playing herself into form. She's setting down a bit of a marker. She's
40.
letting Vicky know, because no doubt she will be watching this game in the back room, seeing how Paige is handling the situation.
41. $60.
Pauling's left herself on a finish to win the game
41.
on 60 and
Paige Car 160.
time on her side to get the job done.
82.
She's doing this in super quick time as well. Just 5 minutes and 2 seconds to get down to a match-winning opportunity here for Paige Pauling. That shows the pace of which she's played this game
41.
and also
Paige
the
Car
quality.
78.
Again, it's another single four on the back of that 78 combination. It's happened so many times in this
38.
Group C, but not that it's going to matter for Paige because she's left herself on tops for the win. Steph Clarke's done her job. She was through
60.
with a couple
Paige
of legs
Car
against
40.
Trina Gulliver But for Paige Pauling, it's all about game 14 against Vicky Pruim, and she sets herself up with a statement win against Steph Clarke. The first 2 legs were scintillating for Paige Pauling, and she's gone over the line with a 3-0 victory, and it'll all come down to her next match against Vicky Pruim to see who the player in P2 is going to be in that group. So we head into the final round of fixtures. We kick it off with Trina Gulliver up against Katie Sheldon. Hello, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have approached the final round of matches in this Friday afternoon session. This is how the land lies. Steph Clarke, the winner of Group C, but we don't quite know who's going to join her through. Match 14 between Paige Pauling and Vicky Pruim is a decider to see who is going to join her and Gemma Hayter in the finale. McKinlay, Sheldon, Gulliver, they're gone. They're out of the equation. They're just playing for pride in their final matches. And it is the bottom two that go toe-to-toe here. This will confirm who will be situated in 5th place and who's going to be situated in 6th place. So for McKinlay is guaranteed to be at least in the top 4 of this Group C because of legs difference. And there were signs, Matt, in the previous game from Katie Sheldon that maybe she's saving her best for the very, very end.
Yeah, quality performance that despite the defeat from Katie Sheldon. 81 average, very good darts. But this is a chance where, yes, she can't qualify, but there are still things to get here, and that could be a notable win for her over Trina Gulliver. Something she would probably cherish, someone she would have looked up to, no doubt, as an icon of the ladies' game.
Well, for Trina, it's her final game this week. We will see her back at the Legends League next Thursday and Friday afternoon. She'll be playing in the Group C of that. That's our second specials week of the year.
Game on.
Before we then get the main action underway for 2025. Series 10 will get underway
140
on Monday, January the 20th. And there are going to be some
60.
big names involved in Super Series action in 2025. It's bound to be, Matt, another great year here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
45.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of eyes casting over Q School at the moment, taking a look through the field, seeing who's in, who's not, because anyone
41.
who does not pick up their tour card this year would be eligible to play on the Super Series stage, and there are quite a few big, interesting
140.
names currently not qualified. People who haven't played here before, the likes of Mervyn King and Simon
80.
Whitlock currently out of position. The WDF World Champion Shane McGurk, to name just a few people that you may see here in 2025, depending how the next 2 days go.
100.
So there'll be a lot of people delighted should they see Beau Greaves here.
A lot that will think otherwise, but Gulliver here on for potential 14 dart
100.
leg to
Trina Car 76.
kickstart this contest. Has got time on her side to get the holder throw in leg 1.
37.
And it's going to need that luxury.
$95. Trina Car 39.
Double 10, she's been so good on this today. 2 5s.
29.
Just above the wire.
Trina Car 125. $81. Trina Car 10.
So Gulliver, 2 5s for the opening leg.
$5. Katie Car
Sheldon's
44.
got a chance here to pinch the pocket of the 10-time world champion. Double 16 and 2 in hand.
Game show on the first
time of
Katie
asking.
Sheldon.
That's been a double, which has caused Katie Sheldon problems
Second
at
Katie to
times.
throw first.
But
Game
Bazinga,
on.
Sheldon has found it, and she breaks the throw to lead 1-0.
$100. $40.
In other news, Kai Gottard is into the semi-finals of Q School with a 6-1 win over Davy Prouston. Stephen Hendwright, we've seen him here before. Beat Max Hopp 6-3.
60.
Famous for his nickname of Mr. Frites.
60.
Otherwise known as Mr. Chips. Still not got a catchphrase though.
48.
You start to feel, don't you, that maybe the resistance of Trina Gulliver
96.
is just starting to wear out now. It was a real good rally at the start of the day for Trina Gulliver, showing some real good moments throughout the day. 3 tumpless finishes, including the
58.
best finish of the week so far, the 160, eclipsing that of her own doing the 156 earlier on in the week.
97.
Game 2 was the real one, though, for Trina, wasn't it? An average of 85. Really showing the quality that is still in that arm.
So Katie
24.
Sheldon
Katie
hasn't been too
88.
little, but it's been a case of too late. finally showing what she's capable of. It's taken a while for her to really settle into proceedings, but she's saved her best for the last couple of performances, that's for sure. And even though she lost to Vicky Pruim, that was her best performance. She could win 2 of her last 3 here.
No score.
There's that target again. It's a love and hate relationship, that double 16.
$96. K2 car 32. Getting shot on the second.
She loves it that
Katie
time.
Sheldon.
And she's 2-0 to the good.
Third leg
She's
treated
a
in
leg
the
away
first.
from glory.
Game on.
And just like one of the logos on her shirt, she is loving it right now.
60. $100. $100. $25.
Our next game is a huge one. Vicky Pruim up against Paige Paul. You don't
85.
want to miss it, because the winner of that game will guarantee their place through to tomorrow night's final, live exclusively
85.
on Pluto TV.
$60. $180.
Third maximum of the day, that one for Katie Sheldon. There's been real flashes of brilliance, hasn't there? And there's plenty for her to take away from this experience and to put into a season going ahead for 2025.
To finish on a high, tops.
91. Three car 56.
This to extend this game furthermore. Tops a Trina. How many times have we said that over the years?
16.
She's not going to hit it like she has done over the years.
20.
And so Katie Sheldon, double 10 and now double 5 to finish with a flourish and to finish with a 3-0 win against the Golden Girl, Trina Gulliver. It's success for Katie Sheldon in her final Super Series match. Both players depart us following that match. But our next game is the game that matters most for Vicky Pruim and Paige Paulin. It is their cup final. It is their one opportunity to progress through. It's a knockout match, which is coming up after the break.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Darryl Pilgrim with the
Darryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9-dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 again. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, where this is the crucial game of Friday afternoon as Paige Pauling takes on Vicky Pruim. It's a knockout match. The winner will progress their way through to Saturday night's final here at Women's Week. The loser will head for home. It's a knockout match. It's all on the line here between the Swede and the English player. A former World Championship semi-finalist up against the reigning girls World Champion. And two of the top performers in this group jousting it out for the final spot out of it.
Game on.
A cordial handshake before battle begins. And the battle lines have been drawn. And they are drawn as simple as win and you head
60.
through. Matthew Edgar is alongside me in the commentary box.
I wonder how much
38.
this game's going to come down to what Paul Hinks has just said there, and that is Vicky to throw first. Because this is a short
85.
format, best of 5. Paige doesn't have long to try and get the breaker throw, and with that, it's going to pressurise the situation.
100.
She's going to need to make sure she plays with that same sort of freedom of what she played in the last game. And she was very, very good in beating the tabletop of Steph Clarke by 3 legs to 0.
But there is evident signs of improvement from Paige Pauling in her game against Steph Clarke. The first couple of legs in particular were very, very bright.
45.
And Paige will be hoping that she's peaking at the right time, and she's taken the darts off of Vicky in this opening leg.
59. $140. Page the car. What did
Beautiful timing there for Vicky.
$58. Vicky O'Carr, 71.
To draw first blood. It's tots of Vicky Pruim. It's 1-0 Vicky Pruim. No mistake on the doubles there, not allowing Paige Pauling a look at the 106. Now she's 2 legs away.
140.
That's all she has to do. Hold for 3 times, and she's in, although admittedly that is easier said than done.
Oh, it sounds so easy, but I guarantee
85.
you in this scenario, you think about everything. You think about how you're going to try and chase down.
180.
Great darts here from Paige Pauling, looking to hold on to her throw. So I'm going to say she needs something like this against the darts. But this is that freedom, this is that pace that she was playing with against Steph Clarke, and I suppose playing a player like Vicky is ideal because Vicky also likes to get on with things and it'll allow Paige to get into that flow.
Well, Vicky averaged 85 in this game and lost yesterday.
26.
Prior to that visit, Paige Pauling was averaging 101.
Potential
14 data here. It is for a holder throw.
19.
And she does have time. That courtesy of those first 6 darts. 140 and a maximum for Paige Pauling. 5 big power trebles, but a few of Vicky's own there. Let's give her some striking range, but we're level once again, none the wiser. We're now same situation as before, but now it's a best of 3.
$60. $98.
Fair to say that these two have risen to the occasion in this mammoth match.
45.
Leaving it all out there and leaving it all on the line.
60. $100. $100.
Big last dart. Just puts Vicky's throw under a fair bit of pressure.
100.
Ton's okay, but it's punishable.
41.
But Pruim had 6 from this juncture to open up a 2-1 lead in this match and to put herself one away from progressing
85.
through to tomorrow night's final. And it means it should keep up a 100% record in qualifying for finals
100.
at Women's
Video
Week at
card
the Super
111.
Series. 17. Pauling's going to have a look at the 102, and these types
51.
of finishes she's
Video card
taken out and
102.
scared over the course of the last couple of days. Ball for double 16. It would have been a
86.
power play
Video
from
card
Paige
60.
if she took that out.
Just the 1 dart for Vicky.
40. Paige car 16.
Is that the moment Paige Pauling takes control?
No
No.
score. Video
Pulls it
card
low.
20.
That's the target she wanted before. A reprieve for Vicky.
Double 10.
Paige
2-1
on the
Pruim.
third leg. Vicky Pruim.
Pauling couldn't pin the double 8, and Pruim capitalises to the
Paige through
hilt.
first. Game on.
Pruim punishes to the hilt, and now she's on the hill.
85.
And because it's a shorter format, every moment like that is magnified.
45. $100.
You could say in sort of hindsight there was potentially 4 darts there to break for Paige Pauling.
55.
Once again though, looking strong with the darts, with the throw.
58.
I suppose the way this group has gone, we would not be surprised one bit if it all gets decided here in a 1-leg shootout.
78.
It's been the story of the week, hasn't it? Tight competitive matches, tight competitive groups.
48.
And the last leg decided here would probably sum it up in a nutshell. And it's looking increasingly likely that is going to be the case, unless Pruim at 140 just poses a question of Paige here.
$78.
Good level here from the pair, who have certainly rose to the occasion.
132.
Well, Vicky Pruim has found a second win. Pruim has found a purple patch of the perfect
92.
time.
Vicky O'Connor, 43.
Pauline's left herself on top, but she's helpless right now. Because Vicky Pruim's going to get 2 darts to that target
Sheldon,
herself.
Vicky Pruim.
And it is the Super Swede who progresses through to Saturday night. Vicky Pruim's 100% record of qualifying for Saturdays at Women's Weeks continues. She gets the better of Paige Paulin by 3 legs to 1. She has a chat with Paul Hinks, the referee, who sends his congratulations to her. Vicky Pruim is victorious, and she is into tomorrow night's final at the expense of Paige Paulin. This is how she's done it. 3 from 4 in the doubles. Paulin had 8 opportunities but could only take 1. Pruim is through. She joins Steph Clarke, who plays in our final game of the session against Sophie McKinlay next.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where I'm joined alongside Vicky Pruim in the studio. Vicky, many congratulations, but you didn't know you were through, did you?
No, I didn't. I actually had in my head I had to beat Paige 3-0. And when she got the leg, I thought, that's it.
I suppose it's a nice surprise more than anything else.
It is. It's a very nice surprise, because when I hit the winning double and Paul went, "Oh, I'll see you tomorrow," and I went, "No, I don't think so." And he went, "I'm sure you are, but..."
Well, I can give you confirmation that you are 100% through. Just have a look down there. You can see your name there in second position on 12 points. Because of the superior legs difference you've got over Paige, you are in to tomorrow night's final.
Yeah.
In terms of that game against Paige, the fact that you thought that you were out, did you kind of relax a little bit more in that game?
In a way, not, because I still wanted to win it. I just kind of wanted to prove a point, but in a way, yeah, I thought the chance is gone. Just play as good as you can and try to win it. And that's what I did.
In terms of your play this week, and particularly in this Group C, how would you say that things have gone for you in terms of your levels of performance?
I think I played very consistent. I hadn't had many bad games. When I played in Group A, the first day I was all right. The second day wasn't that good. I had a lot of wayward darts. And yesterday and today I played very steady. And I thought, I can't be angry at myself because I'm playing good darts. It's just that little bit of luck in the end sometimes you need. And that was missing today. And I thought, oh, here we go.
Me and Matt have been speaking over the last couple of days. It feels like everybody's playing their best darts against you.
It seems that way. I'm getting that feeling, yeah.
Let's look ahead then to tomorrow. You made it through to the Saturday the last time we played Women's Week. You've done so again. The fact that you said that you thought you were out, can you go into tomorrow now with the mindset and the mentality of, I didn't think I was going to be here, so I can just go and enjoy it now?
Yeah, I've got nothing to lose. I didn't think I was going to be in it. It's a bonus that I'm in it. And I've got nothing to lose now. I just go all out now. And hopefully the darts will fly.
And just finally, what would winning Women's Week mean to you?
Yeah, it would mean a lot. I mean, I'm not the youngest anymore. And to get this on your CV is always a big bonus. And I didn't have this when I was a younger player. We didn't have the Modus series, we didn't have the ADC or the WADC, and it's such a boost for ladies darts now. So,
well, many congratulations, Vicky. We shall see you tomorrow. We're also going to see Steph Clarke through to tomorrow night's final, but she's got to finish up her Group C campaign here, and now I'm off to join Matthew Edgar in the commentary. Many congratulations to Vicky Pruim. She's into tomorrow night's final.
Nothing to lose, but everything to gain for Vicky Pruim, is one of just 3 players confirmed already to be through to Saturday night. Gemma Hayter winning Group A, got an automatic pass. Steph Clarke, who you're about to see here, she picked up the Group C title. And Vicky Pruim also now going to be going through. We'll complete our lineup tonight at 10 o'clock. When we conclude the Group B action. 3 more players will find the route through to the showpiece. But Sophie McKinlay, she's got an opportunity to have a parting gift, to have a parting performance, and to once again show the world what she is capable of, just like she did in her last game. A very solid performance in a 3-1 victory over the 10-time Women's World Champion Trina
Looks
Gulliver.
like Steph to throw first. Game on.
Yes, Henry Deacons made the short walk
45.
over.
Yep, made the couple of steps over from the studio to the commentary box. Getting the steps in for the day, Matt. Getting the steps in. But for Steph Clarke, it's all about leaving today and then coming into tomorrow with a win. Just build up as much confidence as possible. For Sophie McKinlay, she'll want to leave a lasting impression. We've got 2 more Women's Weeks, remember, in 2025. So she'll want to leave an impression and say, right, I fancy another go and I deserve another go at a Women's Week.
125.
I think that's for sure. She'll be one of those players that we want to see a lot of in 2025, to see how the development and growth goes within her game and her personal development. Same for Paige Paulin, who will be bitterly disappointed, missing out on leg difference, and has acquitted herself very well here at the Super Series.
45.
This is the final game of this afternoon, but We are back tonight from 10.
60.
10 more games live on Pluto TV. Group B will come to its culmination. Then we'll be back for the final tomorrow night from 7:30. And just to mark your card in your calendar, next week we have another specials week, and this time it is the Legends League.
100. Sophie Lucar, 167.
Some big names over the years will be joining us next week, won't they?
43.
Players that have won some of the biggest titles on the planet. This could be a big finish.
81.
And it would have capped off the superstar for Steph. Triple 18. Would have left the bullseye, and so Clarke back for double 10 to take out the opening leg of this contest. Has to shuffle across. Can she clip it off the barrel?
No
well, it has a clip off the barrel, but it clips the other side. Bull. Oh, beautiful.
The first leg, Sophie McKinlay.
From Sophie McKinlay, the bullseye is found for the break of throw.
First. Game on.
To pinch the pocket of Steph Clarke, who missed forward a double to win that opening leg.
$140. 78. $41. $140.
For Steph Clarke, you can forgive her if she's lost a little bit of the intensity, shall we say, within her game. Probably didn't
36.
believe or have designs on getting through to Saturday night. Probably was just hopeful it would happen rather than actually expectant. And
44.
As the week has gone on, it's become more and more likely, to the point now she's got the opportunity to be the champion here, as she writes her name in the final 6.
Super Series Super 6.
60.
On a Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. You can be here on a Saturday night at the Live Lounge.
45.
www.dartshot.tv, the place to be.
$100.
McKinlay.
53.
2-0.
124.
124. She found the ball to win leg 1, but she's not going to get a poke at it here.
108.
It's herself on double 8.
So it's 141.
But can Steph Clarke find a big finish? The 141 isn't going to go, and so McKinlay is back to double her advantage.
57. Sophie Lucar, 16.
Remember, McKinlay missed darts to win this game against Steph Clarke in the opening match on Thursday, and how things could have been so different, but Sophie McKinley's 2-0 up.
Third leg, Steph to throw first. Game on.
Here's Steph Clarke with the darts in leg 3 to try and haul herself back into the match.
60.
McKinlay a leg away from finishing her Super Series campaign with a win.
Would be 10 points as well, giving her a 50-50 record.
180.
No, Her 4th maximum of her campaign, so there's been plenty of positivity.
60.
This would be a parting present, wouldn't it?
$140.
This is a superb leg. 86 average, 2 from 2 on the doubles. She has saved her best
26.
performance till last.
And ironically, it was her last performance that was her best until now. Does it make you wonder what would happen if Sophie McKinlay, like Steph Clarke, had the
24.
benefit of a Group A campaign?
Plenty to ponder, but nothing to ponder for
55.
the Swan.
So for the car, 157.
Plenty of time from 157 for McKinlay. But she's not going to take it out for what would have been a roof-raising way
97.
to have finished off the campaign. But she's going to leave herself on 60 after a dozen. Average of 83 for Steph Clarke is all going to be about focusing her
121.
efforts
So for the car, 60.
to tomorrow's action. Sophie McKinlay to finish on a high, double top.
40.
Time and opportunity. Time that she's earned.
97. So for the car, 20.
Double 10. It's a
Getting
3-0
short
win
amount,
for
Sophie
Sophie McKinlay to end her Super Series campaign. She has beaten Steph Clarke, who will progress through to tomorrow night's final. But for Sophie McKinlay, a really good performance to finish off her campaign. She progressed better as the tournament went along, but unfortunately, 10 points is not enough for Sophie to take home the trophy. But for Steph Clarke, she is through despite that defeat, and we will hear from Steph. Me and Matt are going to head over to the studio. We're going to have a little chat with her, and we're going to do that after the break.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Oki.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what. 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where our Friday afternoon session has come to a close. Before the break, we saw Sophie McKinlay end her campaign with a 3-0 win against Steph Clarke, who's made her way through to Saturday's final. And she's going to be joined alongside Vicky Pruim in that finale. She beat Paige Paulin in our penultimate match of the session to head through on legs difference. But Steph Clarke, well, she did the damage early on, and she is into Saturday evening's finale, and she is with myself and Matthew Edgar in the studio now. Steph, many congratulations on making it through to finals night. I can imagine more than anything, I can imagine there's a mixture of relief and elation right now.
Yeah, I'm relieved, to be honest with you. Didn't play the best today towards the back end, I think. A bit tired, but just relieved to get through.
Was that probably because of the 5 days and the element that can take on it?
Yeah, I think for me, I'm not used to playing that much darts. Like, I'm open and honest, I don't practice much. So I think, yeah, it took its toll a bit, but I'm through.
How did you find the fact that obviously with a Group C there's so many permutations in play? If you win this and you don't win this, certain things happen. How did you play the permutations, or was it just a case for you just take one game at a time? If I win, it should look after itself?
Yeah, I think for me it was just going in, just take every game as it comes, one game at a time, and just see do my best one game at a time.
Well, just having a look at some of your good moments here, and there were some real flashes of brilliance, some tumble shows, because that was the first leg there against Katie Sheldon today. That there was some really, really good individual moments, which you must be really, really pleased with.
Yeah, I think I know when they're going, so I can feel it, and then I know when they're not going, and I get a bit frustrated. But there was a couple of moments today I was like I think the 110, and then I think, was it the 150? I think with treble 19, treble 19, and I can't remember what I hit, but...
The 110 actually came quite early in the day. I believe it was the first match, and you mentioned that you wanted to start strong in this Group C campaign and how important that was for you. Was that sort of the same case today, that sort of big finish early on just sort of settled you into the day?
Yeah, I think hitting that 110 for me, I was like so relieved when I hit it, because I can't remember what leg it was, and as soon as I hit that, I sort of just thought, right, just relax and just play like I can, sort of thing.
And I can imagine it was a nice relief to do it with a couple of games to go and not go through the turmoil of needing something later on in the day.
Yeah, it was, I mean, getting the first, for me today, I went in, I thought if I can win my first 2 games, you can sort of relax a bit towards, because I thought what I don't want is to get into the back end of the day today and be under that pressure.
And what is that pressure like, Matt, when you're chasing groups and you're chasing those wins to get out of them?
You just try and ignore it, and you try and get on with the game, because that's all you can control. You can't control the table, you can't control what anyone else does. So you've got to just control what you can, which is your own personal performance. And if you get the performance, the result should take care of itself. That's so easy when I'm sat up here in an air-conditioned commentary box to sit and say. It's very different when you're down there and you're going through that motion, because you can't help but get drawn into all the different permutations. There's probably conversations going on in the back which you do not want to listen to. And you hear people go, oh, I need this or I need that. And you do get dragged into battle there, even when you're sort of just at the top end of it, because you're forever looking over your shoulder. It's a weird dynamic, this sort of league table scenario.
You mentioned a few moments ago that this is the 5th day of play. You're not the biggest practicer in the world. This is probably, would this be fair to say, it's probably the most that you've played over a consistent scale, 5 days back to back? And if so, what have you learned over those 5 days worth of experiences?
To be fair, I think I've learned a lot. I think coming into it with very little practice. And, I try to practice and then it just doesn't happen. I think going after this week, I think, right, I need to practice a little bit more and maybe put them hours in on the dartboard to get used to these long days and playing a lot of darts.
Has it given you an inspiration, actually almost confirmed to yourself, I could be really competitive at this level, but now I kind of know the tools to take me to that step potentially?
Yeah, I think I'd never really believed in myself that I could do what I deep down know I can do. So, like, people are like, you don't practice, and I'm like, yeah, because I haven't really got that belief. But then after coming here this week, I think that belief might be there, and I think I might get home and be like, right, I'll put the hours in on the dartboard, I think.
I suppose the fact as well, it's in January, it means that you've got the whole year to get yourself prepared and ready for.
Yeah, I think I had a good year last year, and it was something that I wasn't used to. And then starting the year with this, I think now I just need to put my head down and put the hours in.
A reason to do so as well, because in the past, we spoke about it on commentary, I think I've mentioned it here a few times as well, that the ladies' games never had the opportunities it now does. So I can understand why it must be hard to put the practice in, because there isn't that carrot, there isn't the reason to do so. We've looked into some of the tournaments that some of the players have played where the winner has lost money by attending the tournament. Certainly when you're going out there trying to chase ranking points to get your one shot a year at a world championship, well, now you've got the Women's World Match Play. There's actually decent money to be won now from the PDC Women's Series. You've got the ADC, where you don't have to travel that far and put miles in going all around Europe and the world in order to pick up those points. What we're doing here at the Super Series, there's opportunities now, and there now is a reason to get your darts out in the middle of the week and have an hour or two on the board and try and increase that game, because that carrot is now being dangled.
Steph, we'll have another chat with you in just a second. Myself and Matt are going to look at everything else that's happened today. And first and foremost, that dramatic fight to the line between Vicky Pruim and Paige Pauling. It was Vicky that was victorious in the end. Not that she knew that she was victorious, as it turned out eventually. But when you consider the levels she's played at all week long and the consistency in which she's played at, it's a deserving place through to the finals.
It is. I think either Vicky or Paige would have certainly earned that spot, and they're going to do well on Saturday night. They're going to be dangerous. No one's going to want to play Vicky because she's just got that little secret weapon. It's something we picked out on days where she's been exceptional on the finishing, such as Monday and yesterday, where she's been around about the 40% mark. And when you've got that, it just gives you a bit of trust. You know you can get yourself out of situations. If she can combine all those aspects of her game tomorrow, we could be looking at a potential winner there.
There most certainly could be. Just some words on some players elsewhere. I want to talk about Trina, because we know first they didn't quite go to plan, but I think that showed the class of a 10-time world champion today to come back from that setback and play as well as she did at times.
She'd have been cursing the fact that she didn't pick up any points yesterday. Even one win yesterday would have made that good start encouraging. If anything, she'd probably been frustrated by that good start, because she knew it was leading to nothing. And she picked up those first two games. She was playing well. She had the 160 finish. There were so many things that was going well for Trina. And then she'd have looked at the table and thought, it's going to get me nowhere. I'm not going to be picking anything up out of this, where that one win would have made the difference. And we've kind of got that same sort of scenario tonight as well, haven't we, with Lisa Ashton in Group B. Multiple-time world champion, bottom of the table on 0 points, didn't work for her on day one. And she's in a position where she's going to have to go through the card tonight, and even that might not be enough.
Steph, very quickly, final word goes to you. What would winning Women's Week mean to you?
Oh, it'd mean... well, there's no words to say what it would mean. But yeah, hopefully I get some rest and see what I can bring to the table tomorrow.
Well, Steph, many congratulations. We shall see you tomorrow night. Enjoy the preparations for that. Matt, thank you for your company as ever. You're back for the double shift a bit later on, where we're going to be back at 10 o'clock this evening here on Pluto TV to see the culmination of Group B, where it is our very own Laura Turner that leads the way. Her and Robin Byrne both on 6 points respectively. We will see them in action from 10 o'clock. Coming up next, we are going to see the best of Luke Littler at 6 o'clock. So you want to see some of his highlights from the Super Series, that's available. But coming up after the break, we're going to see the Series 9 final between Darius Labanauskas and Tom Sykes. But Group C was all about the Swans. Steph Clarke, swimming to success. Bye from us.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Darryl Pilgrim with the
Darryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.